Members of the public, are you able to hear me? Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council regular meeting for Monday, August 21st. We actually don't have study session topics for tonight, so I do call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. City Clerk, if you could please take a roll call.
Member Anderson.
Present.
Member Neunenkamp.
Present.
Member Kolnick.
Present.
Member Russell.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Present.
Council Member Woodward.
Present.
Mayor Sierra.
Present.
Let the record show 7 present.
Thank you. Moving on to 5A, minutes of the regular City Council meeting of August 7th. Any changes from that, from the minutes? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Neunenkamp.
Aye.
Member Kolnick.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Moving to the minutes of the special City Council meeting from August 14th. Any changes? Member Russell.
Actually, I have a question. On page 3, it says Member Kolnick voted on his appointment. I think he was appointed and sworn in after we voted on him, so I don't think he voted on it.
Yes, we can definitely make that correction.
Thank you for correcting that. Any other changes? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve the minutes as amended.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Neunenkamp. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Neunenkamp.
Aye.
Member Kolnick.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 6. This is recognition of the summer drama program participants, and we have quite a few of you in the crowd tonight. So just want to talk a little bit about the Englewood Summer Drama Program. It was started by Jack Fisher of Englewood High School. The Englewood Summer Drama Program started in 1965 with the production of Little Mary Sunshine. The Englewood Rec Department was brought in to support the program and eventually took over the full operation of the program a few years later. This program is funded in part by the Scientific and Cultural Facilities District. There were 3 generations of the Moshka family performing the 2016 show. It was Carol, it was Patrick, Emma, and Ernie. Our new choreographer, Miranda Corley, has participated in 24 summer drama productions, the longest running current participant. In 2023, there were 5 parent-child duos and trios. There was 2 sets of siblings, 1 aunt-niece duo, and 1 husband and wife team participating in all facets of the show. All the stage design, construction, props, and instruction start the first week of June and are finalized in only 8 weeks. All major costumes are handmade and started in April. There have been over 2,200 unique participants of the program, at least 187 of whom have participated for 5 or more shows. This uniquely Englewood program engages multi-generational theater lovers, from actors to directors to the stage crew, a place where parents can share the love of performance with their children, where an adult can relight the passion of performance, where a child steps on the stage for the first time. The Englewood Summer Drama Program brings a high-quality cultural program to the heart of Englewood to be enjoyed by all ages. A round of applause before I ask Sarah Stant to come in and to give us a few words about the program itself and how to get engaged. But really appreciate you all making it out tonight, and thank you very much for the participation. And this is Ms. Sarah Stant, the recreational supervisor.
Hello, thanks for having us.
Oh, there should be a button to make it green. There you go.
Yes, first timer. Okay. So this is just a small fraction of the cast and crew that we had this year. Dan, 55 cast members approximately this year for our show, The Wizard of Oz. For anyone who is interested in future years, because we have no plans on this program ever going away because it's such a unique program, you can sign up for the Recreation Center newsletter through the City of Englewood website. And in April is when we will start our audition process. We post to places like the Colorado Theater Guild, the city website, and then local high schools and elementary schools and middle schools to get teachers and students all involved. So I would like to invite my team here to give a little snippet of one of our songs that we performed. I did not. They performed this summer, Somewhere Over the Rainbow. So here's.
Perfect. Will you be coming up or? That'll work. Wow, that was impressive. I think we also wanted to take a picture with the entire group. So if you're able to make your way in front of the dais right here, I'll come and take a picture with you all. All right, everyone, we're moving on to agenda item 7. This is scheduled public comment. The deadline to sign up to speak for scheduled public comment is Wednesday by 5 p.m. prior to the meeting through the city clerk's office. This is an opportunity for the public to address city council. There is an expectation that the presentation will be conducted in a respectful manner. Council may ask questions for clarification, but there will not be any dialogue, and please limit your presentation to 5 minutes. Since we are having a public hearing tonight, if you are going to be speaking about Code Next, we do ask that you move that portion of the presentation or to sign up for that portion for the public hearing, which we still should have available in the back of the room. And if you do ask to still speak during public comment, just know that we won't be adding it to the record for the public hearing. Up first is Dan Jacobson, here to address council regarding changes in zoning statutes for non-conforming properties. Mr. Jacobson, did you want to move yours to the public hearing? Okay. And did you sign up for the public hearing as well? All right, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Up next is Jennifer White, an Englewood resident, here to address council. And Member Woodward will be giving a response to public comment tonight. Good evening, Ms. White. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Is that on? Yeah. Jennifer White, District 4. After hours of research, phone calls, and rewatching city meetings over the last several months, I'd like to share my anger, frustration, and fear of continuing to live here in Englewood. I've gone back months on Nextdoor, P&Z meetings, and council meetings. I've taken notes, and I've rewatched meetings, being open-minded to what everyone was saying. I saw a clear pattern. Many that are opposed to Code Next as written today are often flagged, as angry and not wanting the city to grow or change at all. Where people actually did become more direct and frustrated is when they didn't feel heard. They were dismissed. They repeat concerns that they have, and we say thank you, and we push forward. They almost always come with prepared speeches, and to me it shows their engagement and willingness to come and hear and share with you. Are there examples of people that have taken it too far? Of course, and there always will be. What I also see is the usual suspects, as Joe Anderson has called us many times on his flyers, do speak up. Oftentimes, many council members seem disengaged, lacking eye contact, smirking when inappropriate, or paying more attention to their computers, taking notes at times, I'm sure, but the body language is clear regardless. I've noticed when speakers are like-minded with majority of council, they are given smiles and council members seem more engaged. There is even a pattern of council members asking more questions of these folks. Additionally, I've heard a few times, people for Code Next don't come here because the majority of residents here are against it. I've heard it even from one of our council members say to them publicly, I don't envy you. Yet the gloves come off and they're ready to pounce behind a computer screen. I've seen some vicious comments from people for Code Next to the people against it. They don't seem to be as scared or intimidated on a computer. My point here is if you don't like what others are doing, why are you fueling the fire and doing the exact same thing you're calling out? You can't expect different results if you're not willing to change as well. None of us are perfect. We are all humans. We all mess up. I do all the time. But as you are leaders of this community, you signed up for this, and I expect you to lead by example. What I ask of you as leaders today is, have I led through difficult discussions and not placed fuel on the fire? Am I fostering a culture of teamwork and community? And have I promoted a positive and inclusive atmosphere? Because calling people usual suspects or telling people for Code Next, I don't envy you speaking up here, shows lack of leadership, emotional control, and arguably retaliation. Since I've been here since 2020, we've talked ad nauseum about the affordable housing crisis. We need additional housing for those that can't afford what's on the market today, and I don't disagree with that. However, we continue to use this as a talking point, but I haven't seen how SAMS or Code Next will ensure that we're actually adding affordable housing. There are zero guardrails on the way the code document is written today. It has grown hundreds of pages and nearly impossible to keep up with. What I see happening are developers coming in and scraping many of our homes and throwing up multi-unit properties. It is already happening and will continue. Just because there are different types of homes doesn't mean that they'll be affordable. I have 4 homes around the corner from me that were just built. One dropped by $100,000 and is listed now for $1.4 million. Do I believe many of our homeowners have the means to build an ADU on their own? I don't. But if they do, I firmly believe that they will charge market rate or close to it to recoup the money that they've invested. I've grown tired of using the affordable housing crisis as an excuse to pass through and make I've grown tired of using the affordable housing crisis as an excuse to pass things through that make absolutely no sense to anyone but developers. I am angry at the push to approve this with the majority of you possibly being recalled. I think it's irresponsible and wrong, to be honest. I thought we were creating a task force to help with this decision, yet interviews are just starting up. I am tired of being misled and continually told we must vote as quickly as possible on this. We keep referring to a small group of people against this, yet that small group of people has somehow been able to collect thousands and thousands of signatures for your recalls and for Sam's. To me, that small group of people doesn't seem so small anymore. I am scared for this city. I am scared about the meth houses and crime that so many come here week after week talking about. Passing Code Next will continue to make this worse. I'm scared that with all of our infrastructure issues we are facing, when asking for additional studies, we're told no, we already have them, yet I see no reason why we wouldn't get another. I feel let down that there hasn't been more discussions on the impact this density will have on us as existing residents. There's a full steam ahead approach to push this through, but very limited concerns, in my opinion, for the impact or our livability in our neighborhoods that we've invested to live in. I am scared that one of our P&Z members, who also interviewed for this council, made a comment like this: the city has processes in place. If we break it too badly, we can come back to council and ask for amendments. It doesn't sound so great, waiting till we have major issues and then begging someone to help. I'm asking you to stop tonight and address the concerns that people that are against this are raising. Stop overlooking valid arguments to push your agenda. We only have one shot at this, and incremental changes are key. Pulse check and allow more if appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White, for your comments tonight. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. White. Up next is C.N. Dickerson, here to address council. Good evening, Ms. Dickerson. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
C.N. Dickerson, Bates, Logan. With all due respect, there is no respect due to council for any of the ridiculous policy, ordinance, and charter changes and your lack of respect for the citizens. You owe us respect. If we have aught against any one of you, it is our right and our obligation to call you out on it individually. Your behavior about the appointment of a replacement for the empty seat is a prominent example of your failures. It violated ethics, open meeting rules, and common sense. You needed to interview publicly each applicant. Even Olson made that happen when Joe Jefferson resigned his seat to become judge. Council could not agree on any one candidate after the 15 or so public interviews, so a special election was held. The seat was empty for almost 6 months. In fact, Wink's absenteeism left you with only 6 voting members for most of the 2 years of her second term. What was the urgency to seat someone for 2 months who clearly, at least when he spoke in public forum and planning commission, did not represent the views of the majority of citizens? Another example is, as voiced by Steve Ward, council has the power of the purse and council wants departments to make a profit. Well, Steve Ward, that is our money. And in my opinion, and the opinion of others, you are wasting money and taxing and feeing us to death and serve only the interest of developers and staff. And with respect to the judiciary, totally unconstitutionally. 2 more examples of your mistakes. First, the biogas project has failed. The gas produced has not been sold to cover the operating costs. It is way too dirty. The renewable energy credits are nothing but tax dollars reduced to us, greatly reduced, and will sunset soon. We have never gotten and will not get $1 million net income as campaigned on by Sierra, who ignorantly or deliberately campaigned on false information. What's to be proud of? Second, the amendments to Title 12 are a recent attempt to control citizens and undermine property rights. Besides being inconsistent in style and language and rife with contradictions, it has been amended to allow unfettered access to private property and subjects property owners to immediate disconnection without warning or judicial action, even if the bill is paid, if access is denied. You cannot give city staff this kind of power, which exceeds police power, without due process, nor can you immunize city workers against any damage they cause. The director said he wanted to make the utility department profitable. As a provider of services to the citizens, it is nonprofit. Services provided are not to be profitable, especially not the police and not the judiciary. You must be really desperate to push so much garbage, so many inadequate and probably unconstitutional codes through before the recall election. You've overstepped with Code Next and thrown us little people like frogs, but you made a mistake. You threw us into boiling water. I trust enough have escaped and are aware to vote down all your charter amendments and recall you and defeat you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickerson, for your time tonight. Any questions? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd appreciate knowing at what time I asserted that city departments need to be a profit center, because I don't recall ever saying that.
I saw it in the study
The first part you
session.
said was that council should have, the first part you quoted me on was
Point
that
of
council
order.
has the
You're
power
making
of
a
the
speech,
purse.
you're not asking a question.
Point of order. Member Dickerson, he's going to get to his question. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem. He did ask a question for the first
I
part.
believe Member Russell has a point of order as well.
Go ahead, Member Russell.
I was just saying it's time to ask questions. That's what I call the point of order for.
Yeah, that was a component of my question, but I'll allow you to answer. At what point did I say that? If you could direct me to the recording where those words actually came out of my mouth, I think that would be beneficial to both me and the public.
You
gathered here
said,
tonight.
I have the power of the purse.
I did.
And you wanted departments to make a profit.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
Again,
And
I'm interested in reviewing the recording, so if you could just let us know.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
You can't
Thank
make
you.
a point of order
No.
in a public forum speech, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Dickerson. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time tonight. Up next is Kevin Wright, here to address council. Hello, Mr. Wright, if you could just state your name and your address for the record.
I'm Kevin Wright. I live in District 4.
Actually, could you state your cross streets as well?
Julian and Tufts.
Thank you, sir.
It's hard to follow these two, but I'm going to give it a go. I'd like to discuss tonight the citizen surveys that were sent around. They're a great way to gather information about the citizens in your city, such as age, race, sex, and the amount of schooling received. When these citizen surveys are correctly administered, potential residents as well as existing residents can gather pertinent information to assist them with business, marketing campaigns, strategies, as well as determine how many children should attend school and how many women are in the city compared to men. A host of other beneficial information can also be taken out of citizen surveys that have been conducted fairly and without bias. Slovin's formula should be a prerequisite for all citizen surveys. Firstly, you would gather the population size, in our case, 33,580 citizens. And let's say we give ourselves a margin error rate of 2% and expect a confidence level of 95%. With the population of 33,580 people, we would need to invite 11,205 people to participate. With an expected response rate of 20%, if 8,964 people do not respond, that would leave 2,241 people, the number needed to conduct an honest survey. However, when I went back to read the citizen surveys, I noticed a huge discrepancy in the number of surveys mailed and received. In February 2018, 1,500 residents were randomly mailed surveys. In March 2018, 375 online responses were posted. 1,866 surveys short of the 2,241 required to have a 95% confidence level. On June 6, 2022, 2,800 surveys were mailed. 195 of those were returned, couldn't be mailed and delivered, leaving 2,605 delivered. 365 citizens responded, 1,876 short of the 2,241 needed to have a 95% confidence level in the survey. Why would the city of Englewood deceive the public and then use skewed surveys in their favor to aid in the decision of Code Next? This kind of manipulation has been overlooked in the past, but today it shall be addressed. As a registered voter, 15-year resident of Englewood, and a citizen of the United States, I was not afforded the courtesy to receive a citizen survey. Never once. And I doubt most of the people in this room ever received one either. How can we trust a government that manipulates the citizens to achieve their goals at any cost? A government that has not been honest. How do we as citizens know that without a doubt that you have been honest with us during this Title 16 Code Next project when you have not been honest on a citizen survey to accomplish your goals? 3 of you are under recall and 1 of you is temporary. You have nothing to lose, yet everything to gain by voting in favor of Code Next Title 16. As members under recall, I, as a citizen, do not trust your ability to be honest, and I feel that you have forfeited your vote until the October recall election and the official November election, which will determine your status to represent we the people. Please do not vote until then. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright, for your time tonight. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Up next is Kim Wright, here to address council. And if you could please hold your applause until I want to make sure everybody gets a fair chance to speak tonight. So, good evening, Ms. Wright. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Good evening. I'm tall. Can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Okay. Kim Wright, Tufts, and Julian. HDR Consultants report became available to us less than a week ago. Every citizen I have talked to did not know about this report until it was mentioned at the last council meeting. It references the caliber report. The most alarming part about this report is Englewood cannot upsize its storm drains. There have been citizen after citizen that has spoken about concerns of their fellow citizens, and has anyone from council ever said, "I'm sorry, we have to do something else"? We have someone now who will be voting on matters who hasn't lived in Englewood long enough to understand the dire situation I'm speaking about. City employees think that a basement that recently flooded only a few inches is acceptable compared to 8 feet of water in that same basement. I have a problem with this. We need transparency and we need honesty. We should have been told the storm drain pipes cannot be enlarged. This council has wondered why there have been recalls, why there's been 2 resignations in 5-year period. Start coming clean, be honest, and tell the citizens the truth. I don't want to hear that the HDR report was always available, because it wasn't. The Public Works Director had to send it to me, and others had to request it via core request, where all the other reports from 2018 and back were available online. If this is the case, were all the reports available to P&Z and the steering committee? I think this is a huge violation to the citizens of transparency and honesty, and coming out and saying, we have a problem, we have to do something different. There are people that are passionate and have spoke every time they possibly could. And let me say, Kathleen Bailey's one of them, because she cares passionately for the people about this, because she's worried that someone else is going to die. And this report came out in 2021, not 2020. And someone on the dais could have said, hey, we have to do it differently. And let's work together with the people and discuss this. And it didn't, and it really upsets me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wright, for your time tonight. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Wright. Up next is Mr. Emmelhainz, here to address council. Good evening, Mr. Emmelhainz. If you could just state your name and address and cross streets.
Rick Emmelhainz, Liphand Drive in Shenango. Pardon me. Good evening, council. I'm going to hold some of my comments regarding Code Next for later, so it'll be a little briefer than I planned. But I do want to let you know something. I'm taking this opportunity to announce to you and those watching this meeting that I'm running for one of the 2 4-year at-large council positions that will be opening in November. I have the utmost respect for this body, and I feel that I can add my voice and my thoughts to help the city move forward and truly plan and vision in a centrist way. Extremism causes division, and entrenched positions result in nothing more than pushback and anger. Michael Chisholm also agrees with me on this, on the majority of the critical issues and visioning that we need to do in Englewood, and to that end, he will be running also for an at-large position. He will address you later on that. Together, we have identified 3 major platform issues that we feel are needed to move Englewood in the right direction. First, as I mentioned earlier, communication. The council has done a woefully inadequate job of communicating with its constituency in a way that makes residents feel that they are part of the process. Petitioning for 4 different recalls from 7-member council makes a strong statement as to how out of sync this council has been to the citizens it represents. I did not recommend or support this recall action in any way, and have stated that multiple times. Regular elections are there for a reason, and the expense and effort required for this special election is not something I support. One of the most important pieces we would bring to council is an overwhelming desire to have citizen input before, during, and after any major change is voted on by council. Public hearings at the end are not enough. The public needs to be engaged in the process throughout. This can be done through better and more regular communications with the public via newsletters, social media, monthly utility bills, and above all, regular monthly town hall meetings where citizens can actually have an exchange of ideas with council members. The way I see this is put 2 council members at each town hall meeting, and if it's an issue that they're divided on, we'd need both opinions, which I think would be ideal. Second, Englewood's a city of trees, as witnessed by our logo. Climate change is real and requires a long-term vision on what the city needs to be doing right now to anticipate and prepare for the worst. Extreme fires in Canada and hurricanes in California are not normal, but they may be the new norm. I want to be a part of a long-term vision which prepares Englewood at as best as possible for these changes. And finally, change is going to happen no matter what and whether or not we prefer it. What is important is how we manage the change in Englewood. Both the council's vision and strategic plan and the Broadway corridor study offer us a unique opportunity to shape the future of our city, especially south of Hampden Avenue. I see rezoning for increased affordable housing and local businesses in that area. And frankly, the area is fairly ugly. I have a number of ideas in this direction and look forward to finding an affordability task and look forward to the findings of the affordability task force being formed to help make a healthy and beautiful corridor for Englewood. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Emmelhainz, for your time tonight. Any questions for Mr. Emmelhainz? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Up next is Benjamin Ben David, here to also address council. Good evening, Mr. Ben David. If you could state your name and your address for cross reads.
Yeah, good evening, Benjamin Ben David, Amherst and Lincoln. Word code next stuff, sorry about that. So here we go. We have
I'm
asked
sorry,
you
Mr. Ben David, did you say you are going to speak about code next?
a little bit.
Did you want to save that portion for the public hearing tonight?
I'm sorry?
Did you want to save that portion for the public hearing tonight?
No, could I speak now or?
You can speak now, but we won't enter it into the record for the public hearing.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Ben David.
Okay. We have asked you to listen to us concerning Code Next for the city of Englewood, replacing single-family dwelling homes with multiple dwelling housing units, thus increasing population density that would negatively impact the effectiveness of citywide infrastructure. Another example of this concern was the approval of the construction of the Emerson on 3444 South Emerson Street. It's going to be a 14-story apartment condo complex that will bring in hundreds of cars and trucks in around Swedish Medical Center, impacting that neighborhood with more population density, increasing traffic flow that could possibly obstruct emergency vehicles, people trying to get to routine medical appointments, physical therapy, chemotherapy, and the like. There was a study conducted in the city 6 years ago called Englewood Forward. That study is out of date in regards to Englewood's recent growth and dramatic increase in crime over the past 6 years. Crime is up in Englewood, not down by 5%. Englewood ranks number 3 in the Front Range for crime. The two top spots are Pueblo, having 1,145 crimes per 1,000 residents, and Glendale with 1,686 crimes per 1,000 residents. Englewood is 404. Englewood's $65 million budget spends almost 1/3 of that budget on the police department. That's around $30 million, and even hired more officers not too far back when $1.2 million was allocated on that hiring. Crime still went up, not down. If we can't control the streets of our city with what we have now, how do you expect police and EMS services to cope with more population, more traffic, and more crime? So what's going on with the increase in crime? Are certain groups in our city more protected or have some form of immunity from the letter of the law? I would say yes. And I would say that group is the 40 to 60 homeless that are in Englewood each day. Excuse me. Here are 3 examples that I have personally experienced to me and my family. I was attacked on my property by a homeless male and asked the officer to arrest and charge the gentleman, excuse me, and charge the gentleman for criminal trespass and assault and battery. Request denied. I found a homeless camping out in my backyard and asked them to be arrested and charged with criminal trespass. Request denied. My wife left her home early one morning, only to be confronted by a homeless man sitting in a chair next to our front door. She let out the loudest scream, and then I came running with firearm in hand. We called APD and I demanded this guy be arrested for criminal trespass. Request denied. At least on this one, the gentleman was given a ticket for trespassing, of which he never showed up for. I polled many businesses in Englewood, and they all have agreed that the homeless problem in our city is way out of control. Open drug markets, and there's one right out here on the side of the building to the north right now. Needles, feces, trash. Englewood library ducts contaminated with methamphetamine dust, and I might add on here, it's probably in the Walmart, and probably also in the King Soopers too. That's why we don't shop there anymore. So why are the homeless given a get-out-of-jail-free card while the rest of us never get the same consideration? This is a paradigm shift that has disenfranchised the average Englewood citizen as the criminal acting out homeless skate through our city doing whatever they want with little or no consequences. If there are no consequences for their criminal actions, why would they be encouraged to stop? The answer is they wouldn't, and they're making themselves right at home here in our city. The other part of the puzzle is, why is this double standard happening? Where is it coming from? It certainly answers part of the question of why crime is up in Englewood. The same people constantly commit crimes over and over and are never subjected to any serious prosecution. It begs the question, how many homeless are processed through the Englewood court systems compared to how many homeless-related calls come through the APD dispatch, police reports generated? The math never lies. This is a test of the democratic health of the city or failure of the democratic process in which one group's rights are overshadowed by another. Is that following the rule of law? When anyone commits a crime, that needs to be taken seriously to maintain safety within our community. This situation needs to be addressed and fixed. In summary, Code Next cannot and should not continue on as planned. We have an abundance of problems that must be solved before we can expand the population density of our city, which is now greater than Denver. Englewood's at 5,127 compared to Denver's 4,674 people per square mile. If you care about the safety of the citizens of this city, you must vote no on Code Next.
Thank you, Mr. Ben David, for your time tonight. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Woodward.
I have asked this question before regarding your statistics.
Okay.
Where are your Englewood statistics coming from?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Have you ever heard of the concept called Schrodinger's cat? It's a physics concept. What it says is this. Whenever police reports are generated, that goes into an algorithm, that goes through the state, and that goes into the national crime stats. If you have a statistician that's being paid $60,000 a year to give you what you want, do you think he's going to differ with you on that? No. There's about 10 different algorithms that companies that use these algorithms, and the one I use is called National Vibe. What that is, it's used for if you want to move to like another city to see what the crime is, what the schools are, anything else, you can find that. So there's a big paradigm shift between what we're seeing with what Englewood's reporting and what we're seeing on these national standards. Schrodinger's cat just states this. When they started studying particle physics back in the 1930s across Europa, Einstein chipped in with that.
Mr. Ben David, I'll stop you there. Was it what was the name of the?
Schrodinger's cat.
No, but the name of where you're getting your stats from?
National Vibe.
National Vibe.
National Vibe, yeah.
All right, thank
National
you, Mr. Ben
Vibe.
David.
Yep.
Any further questions, Member Woodward?
Well, just that,
Yep.
I guess I'd request that you check with the Englewood Police Department. They have those stats. They can provide them.
Point of order.
But I'm just afraid
Oh,
that,
yeah, Member Woodward, sorry about that.
okay.
Well, you'll be giving a response at the end of public comments, so. Thank you, Member Russell. No further questions. Thank you for your time, Mr.
Okay.
Ben David.
All right.
That now concludes, members of the public, please hold your applause. Now concludes scheduled public comment. We're moving on to unscheduled public comment. And do we have a list for tonight? Same rules apply, but the public's limited to 3 minutes. And again, if you are speaking about Code Next, we do ask that you sign up during the public hearing, which the sheet should still be available. If you do continue to speak, then we won't enter that information into the record. Up first is Kathy Hutton. Here, no topic given. Good evening. Was it Ms. Houghton?
Naughton, Kathy Naughton.
Oh, not, okay, there we go. Thank you so much. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Kathy Naughton, Jason and Union.
Thank you.
I saw a vote no to recall Joe's sign on the lawn of a friend. When I spoke to her, I told her I was surprised to see the sign. I asked her if she was aware that the sign is for the council representative who is for high density and wants to allow 3 ADUs to be built with an eventual rule that the owner doesn't have to live on the property and with no parking allowances. We spoke a little more, and I mentioned this would substantially increase crowding in the city, already struggling with infrastructure, and she kept repeating to me, "He lied to me. He lied to me." My other friend, who happened to be with me, added, "Did you know he is a pastor?" To which the woman replied, "He's a pastor? And he lied to me?" I was not content to only have one household tell me this, so I continued to ask questions with some other homeowners. Guess what? That woman was not the only recipient of ideas manipulated to confuse people to believe Joe is not a supporter of the developers and high density. I've spoken with many people the past few months. I'm not sure why some of this council think the majority of the citizens want the charm of this community turned over to the destruction of the developers. I think you will be surprised to find a large percent of the people who do not attend these meetings do not want the proposals being presented by the Planning and Zoning Board. This could be your undoing.
Thank you, Ms. Naughton. Any questions for Ms. Naughton? Members of the public? Seeing no questions, thank you for your time tonight. Up next is Marcy Brown with no topic given. Good evening, Ms. Brown. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
It's Marcy Brown, District 1.
Could you state your cross streets, please, Ms. Brown?
Isn't District 1 sufficient?
It is not. We asked for cross streets, but if you want to leave them out.
Sherman and Cornell, not going to argue.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brown. Go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, let me be clear. I've been up here for many years speaking, even at the last council that was before you. And I have absolutely no respect for this city council because you do not have your citizens' best interest at heart. However, instead, your self-interest is what you represent. And that is apparent with this whole Code Next deal. The majority does not want Code Next. Whether you want to say whatever you want to say, they are not for it. My block, which the developers have now scraped 2 more houses on my block. 2 more duplexes are going up, and they've already got their for sale sign out, $1.2 million for half a side. I've spoken up here so many times to so many council people about reversing or lowering the balk plane, which of course has fallen on deaf ears, per usual. And I believe your goal, the city council's goal, is gentrification. You're making Englewood unaffordable for those who have lived here for generations, 30, 40 years. And they feel like they've got to go because they can't afford to live here. And I think that's on you guys. And shame on you. Shame on you for making people leave this city that they once loved. And let me say as a reminder, yes, I did walk for recalls because I think you need to go. I think the three of you need to go. Because people do not, if we almost got 4,000 signatures, they're not happy with you. They don't like the decisions you're making at all. I have heard so many sad stories that it has brought me to tears, what you people have done to people in this city, where now all of a sudden they've got so many problems because they're living by duplexes. They've got drainage problems. They have toilet problems. It just goes on and on. And let me tell you something else. These people who are buying these duplexes, they're selling them. I've spoke to a lot of people who own these duplexes. They think the walls are thin, poorly constructed, and they want out. They want out. They're putting these things up for sale. So next, when you vote on Code Next, I'm sure you're going to vote it through whether you care about us or not, and you don't.
Any questions for Ms. Brown? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Up next is Mike Jones with no address or no topic given. Good evening, Mr. Jones. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Mike Jones. I live in Duncan Park.
Could you state your cross streets, please, sir?
I'd rather not, thank you. So this evening I come before you to address more than just Code Next. We have additional endemic problems with this council and with the city. It came to our attention a couple of meetings ago that we could no longer use media as far as flash drives in the computer to present what we were going to speak about. This is a real shock because several years ago, that issue was addressed with council and with the IT department, and that problem was fixed. I know there is an open council request regarding this. I don't know if there's been an answer to that yet. It's been several weeks. That is an answer that should have come right away. If there is truly an issue with regards to the flash drives, media, the computer system, how it's hooked up to the internet, one of two things needs to happen. You need to talk to your director of IT and find out why they failed in providing the right system, or you need to find out who changed the system from what it was several years ago. Someone needs to be fired. There's been a core request with regards to this as well, and it seems that no one on council, our city attorney, city manager, no one had any communication prior to this coming onto the agenda with regards to removing the flash drives. So again, someone's either lying or just by sheer magic, this appeared on the agenda. So I'd like to find out which it was. I also want to talk about a little bit about Code Next and the fact that I've brought this up a number of times. The city has not done its due diligence. The consulting company has not done its due diligence. South Englewood Sanitation District, of which I'm a director, has not been contacted to even discuss the capacity of half of Englewood's sewer systems and what Code Next would do to it. I brought this up 4 times to council. No one's done anything. You guys have your own ideology. You're working on your own agendas. It's obvious that the current individuals sitting on council are focused on their own agendas, and that includes Joe Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Any questions for Mr. Jones? Seeing none, thanks for your time. Members of the public, I'm going to ask if there's any more disruptions, I will be asking for you to be escorted out. We need to keep this meeting moving forward. I just don't want any more disruptions moving forward, and that includes the public hearing. So did want to let everyone know that this needs to stop and we need to run a orderly meeting tonight. Up next is Chris Dewis, here with no topic given. Good evening, Mr. Dewis. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Yeah, good evening, Lincoln and Shenango. It's gonna take a second to set this up. That's it? Oh. Yeah, that's it. It's gonna take a minute. Probably it has to see it. It's gonna take a minute so your computer can see what's going on. It says device is ready. We're gonna go to camera. Oh, pictures.
That's just local.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if it doesn't work, that's okay. Anyway, he's trying to, I was gonna put it on a thumb drive. I was at Western Welcome Week this weekend and I
Mr. Dewis, if you
videoed
could just,
a little thing.
could you state your name and your address or
Yeah,
cross streets?
Chris Dewis, Lincoln and Shenango.
Thank you.
What he's trying to do is he's trying to pull up a video on my phone that I took at Western Welcome Week during the parade. It's something, we used to have Englewood days and we used to have Englewood parades. So anyway, I'll start my speech here. Oh, excuse me, I found it. That's why. Yeah, make that bigger, you can see it better. Internal, no, internal. Yeah, okay. Geez, it's so little, how do you make that bigger? Yeah, can you make those bigger? It's, yeah, okay. And where's I scroll right here? Sorry about this. I was in a big hurry tonight, but it is, let me get to the video, right?
Mr. Dewis, is the media required for your,
Excuse me?
is the media required for this?
Yeah. Where's the one? Okay, so I'll just play one of them because they're not named. Okay, first let me start my speech and then I'll play that. Okay, so dear City Council and fellow citizens, I've lived in Englewood for 64 years. I'm third generation. I grew up loving my hometown and made thousands of friends over the years. In the past 30 years, I've watched Englewood and my surroundings decline. Based on present and past city councils, myself and fellow citizens have attended numerous city council meetings to express dissatisfaction for city policies that promote dense housing. The majority of people in Englewood don't want dense housing. That's why you're being recalled. You aren't listening to us. Your decisions have been affecting my quality of life. My property has been trespassed. My cars have been stolen numerous occasions. I've been assaulted in the parks. I don't shop or eat at Englewood restaurants anymore. How many times do we need to tell you that we don't want density, more density? Fix the problems you have created. I went to Western Welcome Parade this weekend. It was beautiful. Thousands of friendly, patriotic people, and we had a good time. Hundreds of booths promoting their wares in the city. I wish this city could learn and had the heart like the citizens do. Littleton, it messes me up. So anyway, let me just play something. Where's okay? Okay. There's a lot. I don't know if I'm playing the right one. Anyway, the parade was like an hour long.
How low they are.
It's not the town I grew up in. Let me find a better video. I got a minute left. I don't know. I totally was unprepared. Anyway, you get my point. I wish your computer worked better. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was fantastic. It was unbelievable. And, Englewood just doesn't do that stuff anymore. And I used to be in parades. And it sucks. And I'm pissed off. So have a good time.
Thank you, Mr. Dewis. Any comments from members or any questions? Seeing none, thanks for your time, Mr. Dewis. Up next is Stephen Kelly here to talk about management procedures. Good evening, Mr. Kelly. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Good evening. It was good to see you at the Bittner run, Mayor. Steve Kelly, Delaware, and Radcliffe. There's a couple things that I've seen lately. I think we need processes in the city to better handle things, better management. Filing a complaint against an unethical public behavior by a commission member. I don't think it should go to you all. Since you appointed them, there should be a body that looks at it. I did file a complaint. I was told that I needed to come to speak publicly. I don't think this is the right venue. In fact, the responder made their decision before they looked at the evidence that I handed in. As far as the interview process for replacement as city council members, I just heard that there were 14 applicants. City council chose to select 4. But upon looking at the 4, I heard 2 or 3 were not qualified. They had something that disqualified them from being in. Somebody should have handed you all a folder with the qualified candidates from which to pick 4. And then if there were some that were disqualified, I believe, and I've got experience in hiring, you should have pulled in a couple more so that you're looking at a pool of 4 rather than taking those ones out. Streetlights. In my area, there was a street light that's been out for over 6 months. With crime going up around my area, I called the city and asked that the light get hooked back up. There was a fire in the area, the house on the corner. And someone called me back real quick and said, that's not our area, you got to call XL. I think the city needs to be handling that stuff rather than have no light until somebody calls. Similarly, at Jason Park, there's no streetlights right now in a certain area, and I think it has to do with the construction, which has now been finished. Somebody should call Excel from the city. When these things happen, these tragedies or this work, somebody should be doing it rather than waiting for a citizen to call. In terms of, I don't know where my number is, there it is. In terms of technology and zip drives and stuff, I know about 10 years ago, this concern was in the school systems and it was fixed. So I don't think citizens should be hamstrung with, the inability to use technology. And I think that's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly, for your time tonight. Any questions? Seeing none, Mr. Kelly, thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
And I believe Ms. Cohn did cross off her name, so it's Lisa Cranmer here to talk about Verizon 5G. Good evening, Ms. Cranmer. Could you just state your name and your address or cross streets?
Lisa Cranmer, Delaware and Radcliffe. He's one of my neighbors. I have a 5G box in my yard. The contractor did not backfill underneath the sidewalk. It's just hollow. I'm afraid the sidewalk is going to collapse. I reported to the city when they showed up last year and started digging up my front yard without any notice, no letter, no door hanger, as per the contract indicated, to notify me. My neighbor called and stated, "Someone is digging up your yard." The quality control inspector from Verizon was made aware of this problem, but nothing has been done to rectify the situation. I feel I am not responsible if an issue arises with the sidewalk. Any suggestions? How can I be responsible when I had nothing to do with it? I don't want that box in my yard to begin with. 5G is only going to be around for a couple of years before it goes to satellite. And if that sidewalk collapses, I'm told that I'm responsible.
Anything else, Ms. Cranmer?
That's it. That's all I have to say.
All right. Any questions for Ms. Cranmer? Member Russell?
Thank you. Who told you that you would be responsible if the sidewalk collapsed?
I had a couple of people tell me that because of the sidewalk, the concrete program that we have where you make me pay for it on my water bill.
Okay, but it wasn't a city employee that told you that?
No, it was not.
Okay, thank you. We will ask questions about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cranmer. Any further? Don't see any further questions. Thank you for your time. And that concludes unscheduled public comments. We don't have anyone online, do we? No? Oh, we have. Oh, so this is, did you sign up for Code Next or for the, okay, so that will be coming a little bit later in the evening. Thank you. That concludes unscheduled public comment. Member Woodward giving a response. I'll let you begin when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. There's a pretty good sized list here, so I won't be responding to anything on Code Next, but Ms. White, regarding public comment, I know, I mean, I feel like some of us at least do listen to public comment, and although we may not respond immediately or respond, we're definitely aware of it and what has been said. So that's my opinion there. Ms. Dickerson, I don't know where you're getting your information on the biogas. We just had a meeting at the plant with the city of Englewood and the city of Littleton last week. The report we got that everything is working fine. We are getting paid the money that was being expected. And in fact, I think we're actually a little bit over. So I don't know where you're getting your information, but it is incorrect. Right. Mr. Wright, on your surveys, the population, I don't know, and I'm going to ask city manager to kind of help me on this with response to the surveys, but I don't think the population is probably the way that, I don't know, that we would look at that. We probably look at adults 18 and over, and the easiest way to find that would be by going to election records. And City Manager Lewis, would you care to respond to anything?
Member Woodward, I can try to answer a little bit. I think the main thing, though, to point out is that we do contract this out through our vendor, Polco. I am more than happy to reach out to them to get answers to specific questions. However, they do use a methodology that's called ABS, or sorry, address-based sampling, which essentially they go to the post office and buy a list of people over the age of 18, and then use that to generate random addresses that they mail them out to. That's as far as my knowledge with ABS goes, but I'd be happy to get more of a detailed response from them.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wright, on the report that you referenced, the stormwater going back to 2018, I think the outcome of that was it was beyond, as you had mentioned, the scope of what we could do with what we had in place. And the expense of that to cover all that. So we have, I believe, mitigated that with what we are, the work that's going on currently or will be going on down on Windermere with the detention pond, or it's more than a pond. It's probably going to be larger than Rotolo, so I think that'll make a big difference there. For major flooding, I think like other cities in the United States and all over the planet have experienced with climate change, these systems aren't foolproof, and you know, you can only rely on the history of what went on to a certain extent, and what we have coming in the future is something else. Let's see. Rick, running at large, thank you for the updates there, and I can't read all my notes there. Mr. Benjamin Ben David, like I said, I wish you had talked to Assistant Chief who is here tonight and see the difference possibly, or he could provide you some of the true statistics for the city of Englewood, because I think what you're getting is going from Dove Valley all the way to the Englewood Federal Penitentiary at Quincy. So I think the statistics are quite a bit different. Kathy, Ms. Naughton, the density in the ADUs, I think density goes all the way back into the late or the early teens, or actually to 2011 and 2012, when a lot of this stuff really started happening and being looked at. The Oxford, I believe, if that PUD was approved, as I recall, in 2013, and the one next to it, that was also, I think, approved. The original site plan for it was in 2013. So density has been something that's been talked about for quite a while in Englewood, and where it should be, where it could be. And some of those things that were looked at, there's two main dense areas in Englewood that that consuls then and now are working with, and that is the medical district and the rail area, coming from Yale all the way down to Bellevue, typically referred to as the rail trail. So the other thing with regard to Emerson Street property that was talked about, that was a use by Wright. They came in front of this council just to inform us that they were going to be doing this project. Mr. Jones, or Ms. Brown, we did lower, or recommended to lower, and I believe we lowered the bulk plane. Although we didn't get all the way down to 12 feet, like you had requested, it did get down to 15. Mr. Jones, the USB 10B, what I understood from that, I believe it was a study session, was that we could use separate computers that weren't on the city's system. So if there was any type of problem, that it would be only located on that one computer. So I don't know, hopefully we can get some other answers on that. I don't know how that came out. Mr. Dewis, I appreciate Western Welcome Week video stuff there. I remember, you know, the Englewood days and the car shows and those things, and December 24th, the celebrations that you had put on at the Gothic for Christmas Eve. Also, I wanted to mention the Englewood Band is quite a bit different than it was 15 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, and even longer, going back to the years when it actually went to, I believe it was 2 different years, that Englewood High School Band participated in the Rose Bowl Parade in Pasadena, California. So there's been a big change there for sure. Mr. Kelly, I think the big thing about the selection process for consul was we were limited to 30 days, and we were down into the 20s when we started making the decisions that night that we made. Your suggestions, I think, are correct in that maybe we should have looked at it a little earlier and looked at it a little differently of how we were going to do that. But I don't think anybody was figuring that we would have these discrepancies as far as possible people that possibly couldn't be selected. Ms. Kramer, the backfill, I would like for us, the city, to follow up on that a whole lot further, because obviously we want to backfill. I would think, make sure that the contractor gets that backfilled if it in fact is hollow underneath. So if we could make a note and get in touch with her, get the address, and have inspectors go over there and check that out and get it taken care of, that would be good. That's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member Woodward. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, a moment of personal privilege, if I may. I would like to address some comments where I believe, misquoted as saying that city departments should be profit centers. To the extent that I was out of order in the exchange with the resident earlier this evening, I apologize. The Q&A, I meant to ask a question. I didn't hear an answer, but I suspect that this stems back to our conversation with the courts. The first half of that quote is a true quote. I did assert during that meeting that council has the power of the purse. I asserted that in large part because the judge is fond of telling us about the separation of powers. So to clarify, I noted that council has the power of the purse. I don't think that we need to re-adjudicate that matter right now. Just to fully clarify my stance on the questions of finances relative to the city, I believe that the city exists not for the same reason of business, which is to draw a profit, but to collectively gather and spend money for the collective public benefit. So If I hear a quote that I said where I asserted that any city department should be a profit center, I'll be happy to review that and clarify it or back off of it. But I don't believe that's what I said, and I appreciate the time tonight to clarify that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Anderson.
I also have a point of personal privilege. I wanted to speak to Ms. Naughton's comments regarding my character and what I'm saying to people when I go door to door. And really all I have to say, Ms. Naughton, is I would love a chance to sit down with you and anyone you've spoken to and clarify anything. I question whether I'm being represented fairly all the time by people who are adversaries of mine. And of course, I'm open to people having misunderstandings of what I said. This is an accusation that I do take very seriously and would very much appreciate the opportunity to clarify and have those conversations with both you and anybody else that you've talked to. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Russell?
Thank you. I have a few council requests. The first council request I have is, I believe Ms. Wright was referring to the HDR report that came out in 2021. Can City Council get a copy of that report? Because I'm not sure City Council has ever seen that. So I would appreciate it if we got that. The next council request is on Mike Jones. I want to make sure that his open records request and all of the questions that he had are answered. And I also think it's very important that, I forget what is it, Southeast Sewer or Southeast Englewood Sewer, I want the information from them about whether they were contacted or not about anything in Code Next being problematic for them. Then I actually would like a council request and perhaps a study session at some point regarding City Council looking at an independent board to address ethics complaints rather than ethics complaints coming before City Council, because it appears as though sometimes City Council would not be totally objective in some of those complaints. And then also, I would like the city to address, we should have Excel's telephone number, and so if someone calls and says a light is out, is it possible that the city can call Excel Energy? So those are my council requests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Russell. City Manager Lewis, did you get all of those? I missed the Kevin Wright one, but I just want to make sure you wrote it down.
I believe I've got them, but I'll verify with Member Russell outside.
Thank you so much. I have one council request. Could we get a, Mr. Ben David brought up just the instances that there's been activity on his property. Could we get a report on what occurred there and just the police response? I think there was at least 3, but I'm not sure if there were more, but I'd like to understand those a little bit deeper. Perfect. All right, anyone else? And with that, that concludes unscheduled public comment. Is it okay if we just continue to consent agenda items and then take a break before the public hearing? Okay, perfect. So moving on to agenda item 9, I have one item that was pulled tonight. It was 9A4. Any others?
Mayor, I'm sorry to do this. I would like to pull 9A3.
9A3. Okay. Perfect. Any others? All right, can I get a motion to approve 9A1 and 2, 9B1 and 2, and 9C 1 and 2?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Could I get a second?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonekamp?
Aye.
Member Kolnick?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you, City Clerk. Moving on to 9A3. Mayor Pro Tem, you have a question for our Deputy Chief. Is he available?
I do. I see
there he is.
Deputy Chief Fender approaching now. If it's all right, I'll just start with my question. This is a contract with Arapahoe County Human Services, and there has been some unflattering press related to employees of the Arapahoe County Human Services Division in very recent history, and there's some ongoing litigation as well. So my question to you simply is, what is the alternative, if any, to approving this for the next 5 years? Could we do a shorter duration? Could we use another agency? Or is this the only agency that is available to perform this service, and we don't have the bandwidth in the PD to deal with it otherwise?
So to answer your question, Councilmember, it's not a contract with Arapahoe County. It's just an MOU, and it's frankly more memorializing cooperation between the police departments in the Arapahoe County with the Arapahoe County Human Services Division in investigating child abuse claims.
Okay. And the reason why I mistake it for a contract is because it does spell out some terms. We'll investigate this, they'll investigate that.
It doesn't necessarily talk about what they will investigate. It really talks about it being a multidisciplinary approach to child abuse investigations, meaning there's a law enforcement component, there's a mental health component, there's a child welfare component to all child abuse and neglect investigations. And so, yeah, it's something that the Arapahoe County puts out to all the law enforcement agencies every 5 years.
Okay, and that's the reason for the term is 5 years, because they chose that length of time. I think that answers all my questions. Thank you, Deputy Chief.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9A3?
I'll move 983.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Kolnick,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Moving on to 9A4. Member Russell has a question for Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd. And this is regarding amending Englewood Municipal Code regarding the City Clerk Department.
Yes, so I have two questions. How will the creation of a new department affect the budget going forward?
Yes, thank you. That's a great question. This is planned to be cost neutral. I believe that I apologize, I was not at the meeting last week, but I believe that there may be a part-time position being converted to a full-time position. That would be an enhancement, but otherwise it's budget neutral. I also do want to point out that one of the additional duties the city clerk's office took on this year is being a passport acceptance facility. Since early July, we've received about $16,000 from that. We hope to expand hours. We also, in 2024, will look at becoming an acceptance facility for TSA pre-check, which could additionally generate revenue for the city.
Thank you, and so what might be the unintended consequences of creating a new department going forward? I mean, is it possible in future budget years it could increase the budget substantially?
I don't think it would be substantially, but I think it would be the same as any department that would want to add staff or add programs. So right now, the city clerk's office did take on 3 additional duties this year. One of them, the passport acceptance facility, was brand new to the city and generates revenue. One of them was mail services that was previously done by the Parks, Rec, Library, and Golf Department. And one of them is customer service, or the hub, which was overseen by me, but now it's overseen by Stephanie in the city clerk's office. So to answer your question directly, we don't project or foresee any additional need for this department. It would, if it did come to you, it would come in the form of an enhancement request, just like any other department.
And so this is just one other question then. Is the city clerk's office still accountable to, like, the city manager? I mean, or so would she be then a director and still report to someone else?
Yes, currently Stephanie Carlisle, the city clerk, reports directly to me, as do the other administrative services departments like IT, finance, and HR. She would continue to report to me, but she would be director level. I do want to point out, though, that even though she was not director level before, she did participate weekly in our director meetings or leadership team meetings. So really, that relationship won't change. It will only get strengthened, in my opinion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any further questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9A4?
I move to approve 9A4.
Thank you, Member Russell. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Camp. Any further comments? Can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Camp.
Aye.
Member Kolnick.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you, everyone. Before we start the public hearing, we'll take a short recess. Let's meet back up right at 7:35, so a 10-minute break. Thank you, everyone. All right, members of council, if you could please be seated. Members of council, if you could please be seated. I know. Did I?
That's not all, is it? We got more papers coming in.
Front and back.
Looks pretty balanced.
Front and back, baby.
All right, thank you, everyone. We are now moving on to agenda item 10. This is the public hearing. Thank you, members of the public. We're going to be opening up with 9A, the public hearing for case 2020-09, the Unified Development Code. If I could get a motion to open the public hearing.
I move to open the public hearing.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Could I get a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp? Aye. Member Kolnick?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. We have now opened the public hearing, and I believe we first need to swear everyone in. So are we going to swear in just members of staff now, or are we going to also swear in everyone that's from the public that's looking to speak?
I think given the volume of people who want to testify, if any person, whether it's staff or the public providing testimony, to all rise, and we will do a group swear in, and then when you come to the podium, you would just state your name and record for the address.
That sounds great. Thank you very much, City Clerk. So anyone that's looking to speak tonight for the public hearing, whether you're for or against it, please stand and raise your right hand, and go ahead, City Clerk.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now being heard by Englewood City Council? Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. And up first is our Community Development Director, Brad Power. Good evening, Mr. Power.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Brad Power, Director of Community Development, City of Englewood. Tonight represents the culmination of a 3-year effort to comprehensively update the Unified Development Code for the first time since 2004. The ordinance that's being presented to you for consideration this evening is the completed effort of both the Steering Committee for Code Next and the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation is reflected as well. And I would just say that staff also recommends your consideration for approval of the code. I'll very briefly have some acknowledgments before I turn it over to Brian Isom and the rest of the team to go forward this evening. Obviously, achieving universal consensus on a matter of this importance in a community is very difficult, not only in Englewood, but pretty much anywhere. But we did, on behalf of the staff, want to acknowledge the comments, questions, and suggestions that the community made over the course of the last 3 years throughout the Code Next project. I also want to acknowledge our project consultants. Chris Brewster is here tonight from Multi-Studio. He was joined in the work by Matt Ashby of Ayers Associates, And I also want to commend the work, the hundreds of hours that the members of the steering committee and the Planning and Zoning Commission put into the review and the development of this proposed ordinance. And most especially, I want to thank the staff of the Community Development Department. I want to acknowledge the planning team, and I want to acknowledge Brooke Bell and John Vobril in particular for their assistance with this project. And also want to acknowledge Nancy Fenton, our department administrator. And I most especially want to acknowledge the project manager for this CodeNext project, and also our planning manager, Brian Isom. He stepped into this project about halfway through, and I think he's done a commendable job to get us to this point this evening for your consideration of the ordinance. So with that, I will turn it over to Brian, and he will lead off with the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I don't have much to add to that other than I want to thank Brad and my team and you all, the steering committee and the Planning and Zoning Commission and the citizens for all of the hours of input that we've heard. You should also have additional information aside from your packet that would have been handed out tonight. That were some letters of opposition and support that were received after the packet published, as well as the final comment from our question from Englewood Engaged. So with that, I'm going to hand it to Chris Brewster from Multi Studios and let him begin the presentation.
Thanks, Brian. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Chris Brewster with Multi Studio, 4200 Pennsylvania, Kansas City, Missouri. Down arrow. Down arrow.
I guess we're having difficulties with the clicker.
We
Do
are
we have a clicker?
clickerless.
Well, we will advance your slides.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Brewster, I think we'll move the slides forward for you. Go ahead, Mr.
Okay.
Brewster.
This is just a representation of all the work that went into this project, much of it even before we got involved. So virtually every change that is in this code, everything that was discussed and wasn't changed, came from one of these documents or resources that the city spent time on, and all of them were directing to problems with your current code. So there are things that are on the books today that are causing some issues and concerns that need to be addressed. And so everything in here, I'm confident to say, came from one of these documents. These documents didn't tell us what the solution was, but they certainly told us the things to discuss and things to pursue through this process. Next slide, please. This is a list of some of the engagement that occurred. Again, a lot of it predating us. All of those documents you just saw had their own public engagement processes, most of them. And there were lots of community meetings, lots of outreach, lots of work sessions by you all where you deliberated over some of the more difficult questions. I can honestly say we do development codes a lot. We've never worked on one that's been more transparent or has had more engagement than this, including a lot of the resources that the planning department has on their website and informational videos, Citizens Planning School. There are plenty of opportunities in this process in the code to get informed on the issues. And as Brad and Brian both mentioned, not everyone will agree on them, but it's been an open and transparent process. Next slide, please. This is the document that we paid the most attention to, the Development Code Assessment. It took the Englewood Forward Comprehensive Plan and put some very detailed recommendations to it. It also had a public engagement process associated with it, and these guiding principles are what came out of that code, of that policy document. So we really focused on making some of these things a priority in our discussions and in the updates of the code. Next slide. So from that, the key themes came. First, simplification and clarity. It's always a priority on development codes, particularly codes that haven't been amended in a long time. As Brad mentioned, 2004 was the last large overhaul. We found plenty of things in your current code that needed simplification and clarification. Incidentally, we did reduce your current code by anywhere from 38% to 42%. Whether you're counting pages or words, it's something we do at the end, just as a little check. So this is a shorter, more efficient code that you're looking at. Flexibility and better decisions. The procedures, every single procedure in here has a detailed provision of when it applies, where to find the standards, and what the decision-making criteria are, and then what's the effect of that decision. So a lot of things that we'll talk about have some flexibility in the standards, but all of the flexibility is guided by very clear and specific procedures, so decision makers have their decision points in the code itself. And the right side of the screen are all of the substantive updates that became a priority. Essentially, we grouped all of them under elevating placemaking, neighborhood character, and community design. So that'll be a theme that we hit on through these five major topics. Next slide. Since residential development and neighborhoods was certainly the largest issue in your plan, certainly the largest issue in the code assessment, and certainly the largest issue in our community discussions, I'm going to spend a little more time on that to walk through the things that were considered, and then also come back and summarize what the changes in this code are for each of the groups of residential zoning districts. But overall, our approach was to expand options, expand housing options, in other words, diversifying your housing types. While that alone won't make sure you have affordable housing, it does place you in a position to have a wider range of housing types. And so the where and how to do that was important. Smaller scale buildings. We heard a lot of concern, especially knowing the history of the bulk plane, a lot of concern about buildings are too large for neighborhoods, and particularly in certain areas that were experiencing development pressure. And then the last part, human scale neighborhood design, the neighborhood character, what are the essence of those things that we need to put in the code. So under that approach, we discussed 5 main topics throughout the process with the steering committee and also with you all through work sessions. Accessory dwelling units, small lot detached houses, something you currently have in the code that we wanted to talk more about leveraging. Neighborhood scale multi-unit buildings, that's something that we think your current code, that's where we heard the most concerns and saw the most examples of projects that people weren't favorable on, and so working on that area was important. And then medium and large scale apartments, some of the other things that are more globally talked about as density. And then the last, residential design standards. Next slide. So the first one on ADUs, you currently allowed ADUs, but only in the RC districts and up. So we had a lot of discussions about how to address this issue and the where and why. So the map shown there shows where you currently would allow them in yellow, and what's being considered is in pink, the new areas that would expand potential ADUs. Next slide. So the key changes were, one, under the theme of expanding options, considering detached as well as attached ADUs. Right now, they're only allowed to be detached, so attached would mean that it could be within an existing building. The second expanded area is that allow it in R1, A, and B, where it currently is not allowed. The third expanded option is in R2B and the MUR3. That's the area where multiple accessory dwelling units could be considered in association with a detached house, and I'll cover that in a minute when we hit our summary. But that was essentially a strategy to say these areas are already zoned for 3 and 4 and sometimes more unit buildings, so it would make sense. A lot of them have existing detached houses there, even though they're zoned for greater. So to allow them to have an additional accessory dwelling unit was a strategy. Accessory dwelling units with attached house, similarly, if it's a duplex or a row house, it's in an area that can allow 3, 4, or even upwards of that, those zoning districts were looked at for multiple ADUs as well. With the design standards, with ADUs, one of the key things, and when we discuss this a lot, particularly with moving to the attached, well, what's the difference between it being multifamily or a duplex? The design standards is it has to be subordinate and incidental to that principal unit. So there's things ensuring that it is not akin to a multi-unit or multifamily project. It truly is accessory to the principal use of the property as single family. minimizing the outward appearance of the additional unit through the building design standards. The size limit we did increase from your current allowance in the R1C, but that was mainly because of there's two kind of competing standards, and the discussion with our steering committee was, why don't we just make this simple and have it be a one-size-fits-all accessory dwelling unit, one that ensures that it's a small unit and is accessory, but one that could be more evenly applied. The exception to that would be if it's a basement unit with the addition of attached units. The basement unit wouldn't be subject to that 800 square feet because the footprint of the house could be larger or smaller, so it would just be subject to whatever that building footprint is. And then overall, the same design and development standards as the detached house, so that idea of making sure that it's compatible and fits in. The reduced impediments were obviously all the things above to expand options. We did, through this group and through the steering committee, begin down a path of removing the owner occupancy requirement. That is a requirement that someone on the property needs to be the owner, someone that resides and lives on the property. It's not necessarily one or other of the unit, but it's a requirement that you don't have on just a regular detached single-family house. But this would be the addition of an ADU, does require an owner to be present. We explored taking that away. With Planning and Zoning Commission, discussed it, and part of their recommendation was to add it back in, the current standard, but have a 10-year sunset clause. So what that would mean would be if someone initiates an ADU new, they would have to have that owner occupancy requirement, and they have to continue to file the paperwork annually to verify that they are residing there, but after 10 years, that requirement would go away. And then the last reduced impediment is no additional parking for that accessory dwelling unit, with the idea being that the existing single-family home and lot can usually accommodate that and not to add additional expense for the addition of a unit. Next slide, please. The second large topic was small lot detached houses. Again, this is something that's in your existing code. We witnessed this in your block structure. There's a lot of smaller lots that are placed usually at the backs of corner lots, but sometimes they're located in other places. Your current code simply acknowledges them and grandfathers them, so they can't be created new, but the ones that are there are essentially legal. We looked at this as this might be a strategy to improve housing options if you could create them new, but unlike the current code, which grandfathers them throughout, we said they should be created new in specific situations. So the idea of a front and back corner lot limits it to corner applications. So you'd see them, the small lot adjacent to the alley, and then the front corner lot would become the remainder. And so those are set up to tier to each of your 3 zoning districts, and they're based roughly on your current allowances of the grandfathered small lots in the house. So it's simply expanding that opportunity to allow them. Next slide, please. Sorry. So there's the list of the corner locations. So essentially what we did was we took the minimum lot size in each of those zoning districts and created a subordinate back lot that you would find either on the alley, or if it's not alley loaded, facing the side street, and then the larger front lot. So it's taking that minimum lot and splitting it into a 1/3, 2/3, which is representative of the historic pattern you have where the small lots did occur. The additional location option would be to allow them in courtyard patterns, so those would be required with additional common open space that the smaller lot homes could be organized around. Similarly with this option, additional design standards. The first one is that for these smaller homes and smaller lots, the size would be reduced from 32 feet down to 25 feet. This was a significant discussion point with the steering committee. They didn't want what's sometimes referred to as these tall, skinny houses, and so they wanted the true smaller lots to be reflecting the small single-family homes that you have historically. So 1.5 and 2-story buildings at the most. We did increase the lot coverage for these because they also are smaller and more compact to get a decent buildable envelope for the home. Those lots do need a little bit of leeway to have additional lot coverage, so those are tiered up from the 40% to 50 or 55%. And then additionally, the courtyard pattern is subject to additional design standards for the outside open space and the frontages to make sure they fit into the neighborhood as well. Next slide. So for multi-unit buildings, we had a number of strategies. I mentioned we're grouping them into categories, things we call the more house-scaled multi-unit buildings, buildings that have a same or similar appearance as a house but might have more than one unit in them. The neighborhood scale ones, which are typically row houses or small apartments, and then graduating up to your larger mixed-use or higher density apartments. Your existing zoning ordinance structure gave us a really nice fit to start to layer these in and make some distinctions where the zoning ordinance currently doesn't make them. It relies simply on a density requirement. When we shifted to this building type approach, I back up a minute. One of the things that was discussed is a city like Englewood needs so many residential zoning districts. You have, I'm sorry, not back up the slide. Go to the next slide, actually, please. In these districts, we're talking about R2, A and B, and then the three MUR3 districts, MUR3, A, B, and C. So that's 5 districts for these multi-unit building types. And the question was, does a city like Englewood need that many? So we explored condensing and reducing those. However, with the existing areas as they were mapped and with the building type approach, it did make a nice fit to start to make these better distinctions between these building types. So the big changes are, one, expanding all the options that we mentioned for detached houses into these zoning districts, because a lot of what we saw and what's represented is some areas are zoned for this, but there's still predominantly single-family homes in this area. So that's where a lot of the pressure is occurring. These areas are already zoned for multiple units and sometimes much larger buildings than are there. So doing something that allows those homes to have more options seemed important. Promoting that missing middle scale, the house scaled 1 to 4 units, as I mentioned, and then the neighborhood scale 3 to 8 units. So there we're talking duplex, triplex, row homes, or small apartments. So those options are being enabled in the lower scale of your zoning districts. And then refining the apartments into larger scale, small, medium, and large for the true multi-unit buildings. The other thing we wanted to do was leverage areas that are already zoned for this. So obviously there's very few of them throughout the city you can see on the map. So we wanted to make sure that the best opportunities for a mix of this wider range of housing types was allowed, so it wasn't just purely going to density-based standards for these districts. And then the last point on here is something that your current code allows residential in the non-residential districts, so your mixed use and the business districts. So we have a point to make on those too when we get to the summary of all the residential building standards. With the design standards, I'll go through that in a little more detail, but what we focused on, and these are the things that help make these multiple unit buildings fit into your existing context of your neighborhoods. Again, areas already zoned for this, but you don't have standards addressing streetscapes, building frontages. We had a lot of discussion of slot homes, and one of the things we arrived at was it's not only the bulk and scale of the building, but the fact that it presented the side of the building or a blank side to the street. So focusing on the frontages to make sure all the buildings are addressing the public frontage is important. And then lastly, building massing, reducing bulk plane height and having some additional step backs or massing features so that you didn't have buildings just maxing out the building envelopes. So I'll hit on that point a little bit later in the summary as well. Next slide. So for neighborhood design, one of the things we're doing throughout the code, not only in the residential areas, is shifting from an emphasis on land use and placing your standards more heavily on form, the scale and format of the building, but also the design standards, how it fits into the context and the streetscape. So as we transition from a use-based code to one that's based more on design standards, a lot of these things become more important for being flexible with the land uses. Next slide. One of the things we worked on with the steering committee, and actually even back to the public engagement sessions that happened in spring of last year, was instead of talking about neighborhood character and design, about any particular architectural style, but really breaking it into two things. The streetscape, which is the spaces people experience more on a day-to-day basis, where we talk about streetscape, frontage design, landscape, and civic spaces. And so those are things that a lot of times is not private property, it's public property. And so doing a better job with that is always something that we're stressing with cities to emphasize neighborhood character. And then it makes a little more sense when we flip to the development side of how we're relating some of those standards to those spaces. So that's a little bit about the overall approach and how we arrived at the design standards we did. Next slide. So as I mentioned, one of the tasks is trying to get in areas where we're encouraging the mixing of these building types, the areas already zoned for multi-unit buildings. What we're trying to do is trying to get some common characteristics among buildings, even though they may be a different size or scale. So you see those 4 categories that we were working with grouped there. But the common characteristics were streetscapes. There's standards in here for improving walkable and complete street design, and there's standards for improving street trees throughout the neighborhoods. Next is frontages. So now we're moving to the private lot section. So entry features, again, that slot home issue of, don't allow the homes to turn their side to the street. We want the entry features focused on the street. And then limiting car access and garages and parking to get the balance between vehicles and pedestrians. And then specifying landscape standards to prioritize those areas of the lot first and foremost because they have the biggest impact on the neighborhood. Next item down, the building design and massing. We did adjust the bulk plane down in one case. We kept it at the 12 and 17 that you currently had for the 1 to 4 unit buildings in the R1 districts. In R1 C, we did bring it down to 15. It's currently 17, and so we brought it down to 15. And there were members of staff and some architects on the steering committee that had some experience with that. And so that is one slight adjustment to the bulk plane. The bigger thing with the bulk plane that we think is there's currently a pretty big loophole where in the districts that allow 5 unit buildings and more currently just give a complete exception to the bulk plane. The bulk plane standards only apply to 1 to 4 unit buildings. Well, your R2 districts allow 4 units or more buildings. And so having a standard for those buildings was important as well. So there's requirements for step backs and different massing for the buildings that are going over the 2-story limit where there currently is none. And then overall, there was some reduction in height for all of the districts from 32 down to 30 for the typical single-family home. And then, as I mentioned, the 25-foot limit for the small lot homes to reduce that size even more. So the idea was to get perhaps smaller lots or additional unit types, but make sure we're doing it with smaller scale or more refined scale buildings. And then the last element of the design is just the rest of the landscape and open space on the lots. What's on the right of the screen is how we arrived at a flexible approach. I mentioned earlier that our improvement to the procedures was having some clear criteria and trying to raise expectations. So all of those things that are on the left have an objective standard, something we can measure. However, in some cases, it may not be exactly the right design solution. So having design strategies and techniques that allow people to propose something different is in the code. And then there are criteria for when you would be allowed to approve something, and all of it is relating back to that first point of the intent and the design objectives. So before we put any one of these standards in, we're always expressing what is the purpose of this standard, what are we trying to achieve. So for example, the frontage standards has a list of things that why frontages are important to neighborhoods. So if someone gets into a situation where they're designing a frontage that doesn't exactly meet the number, they can go back to those intent and design objectives and say, my design solution is equally or better meeting that stated standard, so you could consider it for an exception or administrative adjustment. Next slide. So now I'd like to walk through the summary. So that's kind of the approach of all the issues we discussed. And so now what does it mean to the zoning district? So on the right of the screen will be the districts where these potential changes are applying. But on the left, I tried to bullet point out all of the decision points that came from the Planning Commission's recommendation. So overall in the R1 districts, as you all know, there were some discussions of maybe allowing different building types in exchange for a contract for affordability in these districts. And so under your direction, that's been taken out. So it's now being retained as exclusively single-family detached houses in the R1 district. So R1A, B, and C are exclusively for detached house or single unit buildings. With that exception of accessory dwelling units, which, as I mentioned earlier, you currently allow them R1C. We're proposing an option in R1A and B for those, but again, they're accessory and they're subordinate and incidental to that single-family structure. So in our mind, it's still predominantly single-family zoning district. Number 3, revising the ADU ownership occupancy. So now it would be a 10-year sunset, whereas right now it's just a requirement for all ADUs. The removal of the parking requirement here as well. Allowing the small lots based on precedence, so that front corner, rear corner pattern that you have in your community, allowing that to be created new. Allowing small lots in a courtyard pattern within these districts, so something that's based on enhanced open space that's common among the smaller lots. Again, with the idea of getting different scaled housing types in these districts. And then the last one we haven't talked about yet tonight, but you all there was one of our work sessions talked about changing the definition of household, which you're currently one of the more restrictive communities in the metro. And so your work session discussion was to, where and how should we change it? And your recommendation was to direct it back to the steering committee. They landed on the number changing from 2 unrelated people to 4. Your current definition says unrelated and all of their dependents. So the Planning Commission public hearing discussed that, and they actually made a recommendation to change it to say the unrelated should just be 4, period. So the dependents would count in that as well. So that's the recommendation that came out of the Planning Commission. Next slide. The R2 district. So these are areas zoned for, in R2A's instance, duplexes, in R2B, 3, 4, or even more units. The R2B particularly was one that we think was rather open-ended because, again, it just had a density requirement. It was simply, if you have 3,000 square feet of lot size per unit, there essentially is not a unit cap in the R2B. And so one of the things that switching to a building type approach could do was it allowed us to take that next increment of building. So the row house, 3 and 4-plex, or a small apartment, something that's in that 2 to 6 unit range or capped at 8. So that's a new standard. So we're ensuring that they're neighborhood scale housing going into here and not just simply any multi-unit building as long as you have a 3,000 square feet of lot per unit. So the specific changes, so the themes are up top. We're promoting more house and neighborhood scale buildings. So this is the area where we do think we've reduced the per unit lot size, which is, again, that 3,000 number, but we've also reduced the building scale. So we're pretty confident that buildings would get smaller even if they're adding more units under these standards. So to the specific changes, reducing the detached house lot size to 3,000, simply because that's what the lot size is right now for the multi-unit, so it made sense with those smaller lots that you have to allow them throughout these districts as well. And then keeping R2A primarily duplexes, but having a maximum size on that building, so it's going to be more house scaled, whereas right now it's just a minimum lot size and they can become quite large in our observation. And then allowing 3 to 4 unit buildings on the corners of those R2A districts. So a way to introduce a smaller scale option in those areas, but is one that's adding units and unit types. Then moving up to R2B, that's the one that I think probably out of all of your residential zoning districts, the changes here are going to be the most different because, again, it currently doesn't really have a cap, but it would have a default cap by allowing only the duplexes, tri and quadplexes, and row house building types. Apartment buildings in this district would be allowed either on the corner or in grain. So the idea is that in each district, we're adding an increment of the next district up on the corners. Next slide. Again, this is the one probably we did the least amount of changes in these districts. These are your MUR3, so the districts that are geared for apartment, multifamily, and larger scale density. One thing we did do is create greater distinctions between MUR3A, B, and C. by, again, emphasizing that building type approach. So small apartment that has max lot size and a maximum unit count and a smaller height. Or I shouldn't say that, it's actually a 40-foot height, not 32. So it was actually be going up in height because it's a multi-unit building type. The other districts, though, the height is coming down. So MUR3B, it currently allows 60. Our suggestion was to bring that back down to 40, which I understand from staff it was at one point. One of the reasons for that is you know, the Root Policy Analysis Housing Study was a parallel project to this, and we were coordinating with them. And one of the things that came out of their study would be if there are to be affordable housing bonuses, a height bonus could provide almost all of what a affordable housing developer would need if that bonus was addition to that 40 foot. So by bringing the height down, you're actually creating a tension point where affordable housing could be built in that 40 to 60 foot range, but you aren't essentially allowing it unless they're guaranteeing some type of contractual affordability. So that will be a plug-in in this code that we have it set up for, but that's one of the reasons for bringing the height back down to 40 in the MUR3B. And then the MUR3C, again, your largest and most intense residential and mixed-use district. Just a subtle change here that we are limiting the lot size to a maximum of 300. So what that would do is it would force larger or block scale buildings to at least break their building and site into multiple buildings. So it's essentially about a quarter or a half block building scale size, so you wouldn't see someone taking a full block and building the entire building. They would have to break the site up into multiple buildings if they were doing that. Next slide. And this is just a reminder that your current non-residential districts do allow residential. So the commercial and mixed-use corridors that you have do allow residential projects now. And the only real limitation is that on the 3,300 to 3,500 blocks of Broadway, there has to be ground floor commercial and retail. So that's the kind of the main street feel of Broadway, and so that's being retained as well. The one difference here is we are saying that if someone does do a residential only project in any of these zone districts, the MUB or the M districts, that it would have to follow those MUR3C standards. So currently it's sort of this vague area where residential is allowed, but the question is, are they following the commercial standards or not? So we're saying any standalone residential project would follow the MUR3 standards. If it's a mixed-use project, it follows the non-residential standards and then can have the residential on top or behind the buildings. Next slide. The next major topic, shifting now from the residential discussion, placemaking. So those non-residential districts I was just talking about, we took a similar approach here of looking at the public realm first and then the development standards. So this is one of the guiding principles from the code assessment was to right size the standards. So that means like getting the right type of standard in the right location. And in our mind, the streetscapes and street frontages are the biggest cue for what the standard should be. So an easy way to think of it is a really high-speed, traffic-oriented street. You wouldn't require them to build a pedestrian-oriented street front building. Whereas on a tame, calm, pedestrian-oriented street, you wouldn't want someone to build a large building with a big setback and a parking lot in front. So that was our strategy. You had all of the things that are in here on the design standards. You had semblances of regulating it, but it wasn't organized in a system. So next slide. Again, this is sort of the same theme that we had for the residential. We're shifting from basing all of the standards on use. We're becoming more flexible with your land uses in these mixed use areas, but we are regulating more on the scale and intensity of it. So for example, a retail store that's 100,000 square feet has a lot different impact than a retail store that's 5,000 square feet or 2,000 square feet. So that's the idea of shifting more towards the right of the screen. And then the last part that brings it home is emphasizing the design based on those streetscapes. Next slide. So essentially what we set up was a system that right now, you get around, your current standards are defaulting towards a more urban standard, a street front buildings, small setbacks. One of the districts actually had requirements for building frontages, but what we observed was it's just a district-wide standard. It's not looking at the context of the street and the block and saying, do you have to have a building frontage across the entire frontage? Well, on an A street, A frontage, you should. On a C or D, maybe not. That's where you might see some of the more broken up building types or parking in front. And so we set up a system that allowed you to evaluate that, and they essentially come as, the design standards come as a package based on that particular street type. We have criteria in here for how to evaluate which street is what, and make a judgment on what standards should apply in different contexts. The bigger tool we see for this going forward is through your area plan, like the transit service area plan and the downtown plan that's going on, you could begin to organize your future development plans around this system as well. So actually going in and identifying where there's an A street, B street, C street. So where do you want more car-oriented things versus where do you want the pedestrian-oriented heart of those areas to be? And so it could become a tool for future planning that builds right into the code as well. Next slide. So along with those frontage standards becomes the design standards. How do we break up the building? How do we require entry features or engaging features for pedestrians? What's the transparency in windows? And so thinking about it, it's the closer to the street, the more important those things become. So the standards are keyed towards how close the building sits to the street, and you just see those design standards kind of getting gradually more relaxed if you're on a frontage where the building could be set back further. Next slide. So again, the bigger changes here is just to group all of the design standards that you currently have and are currently either in some districts but not in the other, to just place them under this system of going from the streetscape and back on back and looking at the design features, trying to get some really simple objective standards for each of these. And then that diagram on the right of the screen saying, yes, we know there's a default standard that's objective and easy to measure, and if you hit that, you can get a permit. If you have a site or a building or a concept that's not quite meeting that, we can evaluate whether that's appropriate based on the intent and design objectives of that standard and based on some of the criteria we have built in the code for considering exceptions or administrative adjustments. Next slide. The last major topic was sustainability. There's this 2021 sustainability strategy that I believe was adopted by the council. A lot of the Englewood Forward Plan talks about sustainability, so this was kind of a theme going throughout the project. We do view that this code has hit many of the big picture sustainability issues, that idea of becoming less car dependent, more walkable, and having landscape standards that are sensitive to regional issues and stormwater and those types of things. So all of those things, we feel like we're hitting the minimum benchmark for sustainable practices. One of the discussion points we had was with regard to renewable energy, and if someone invests in renewable energy, should we start having standards that protects sunlight and those types of things? And that's a difficult balance. And so what we arrived at was, since we have a code that's setting up flexible standards to begin with, things that can be evaluated based on achieving objectives, why don't we use that to leverage the sustainability issues as well? So each of the design standards, both in the residential and in the non-residential, they end with a section that's on sustainable site and building guidelines. And those have some very detailed objectives of what you're trying to achieve with sustainability. And that way, in any case where a site plan is being hampered by some of the design standards, hitting some of those more sustainable practice benchmarks are a justification for considering an exception to the code. The last element that we did look at was there's a number of things that are in building codes that the city's progressing on, so this code doesn't address those, things like green building and even EV parking, which we had in here originally. Since the city was progressing on those issues on a different track through the building codes, this code just simply defers to it. So we're leveraging some of those non-development codes that are addressing sustainability issues as well. I believe that's it. Next slide. Yeah, so this is just to sum up. The Planning Commission did recommend approval by a 6-2 vote with the 4 changes that are mentioned. So changing the definition of household to not be as open-ended, so it's 4 unrelated persons total, not 4 unrelated persons and their dependents. Change the percentage of ownership signatures required for historic district nomination. That's in the historic preservation chapter. There was, it's in the original draft, it was 75% based on some comments. The Planning Commission recommended to bring that down to 65%. So that's saying that to get a petition on designating a historic preservation district, 65% of the landowners would need to sign. Adding back in the current owner occupancy for ADUs, but having it sunset after 10 years rather than just be continuous. And then Brian had staff amendments that are outlined in his attachment of the council communication. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I guess I'll open it up for questions for council. Member Woodward.
Question I have, on that 10-year sunset, is that 10 years from the date of the CO for the ADU, or when exactly is that?
We don't currently have that requirement, so that would be something that we would we need to flesh out. The commission just recommended that we include it back. So if you all have any direction on that, we would welcome that direction on what we can include. We can include it from the CO because that's likely the most appropriate time because nobody should be living in an accessory dwelling unit prior to that. But we do appreciate that question.
Okay. Yeah, and when we added it back in between Planning Commission and now, one of the things we did was we went back to your current language and we pinned that 10-year to their annual registration. So I don't know if that date's pinned to the CO as well, but whenever once the 10th registration came in, they wouldn't have to do any further ones. But we can look at that further on what the exact date is.
Great, thank you.
Member Noonekamp, did you still have your light on? Member Noonekamp and then Member Russell.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. This has been a long time coming, and I'm looking forward to hearing the citizen input on what we've heard tonight. I had a question about one of the housing types that actually you didn't mention in your presentation that we had discussed, which is the manufactured in the small format home community that I believe, currently already allow for in our MU and our I-1 districts. Refresh my memory, it was several months ago and we discussed this, but I believe council talked about maybe making those available to build by right, and there still is a PUD in the draft. Can you refresh my memory on why it is still a PUD?
Yeah, I think we left it as a PUD because the changes I recall discussing at the work session were to have staff go back and study what were the characteristics of the existing ones, because you currently have a bunch of standards which are basically restrictive. In other words, they didn't even reflect your current examples of this housing type don't even meet the standards, both in terms of size. I think it required a minimum of 8 acres, and the density was rather low, not typical of this type. So it had all of the traits of just trying to be as prohibitive of this housing strategy as possible. So one of the things we discussed was, well, if this can be integrated into neighborhoods better or can have similar design strategies that we're putting in for all the housing types, these actually can make really good, viable communities. And so can we look at doing it smaller scale? I think when we came back from the staff analysis, our viewpoint was to, because we're expanding more beyond what the current code said, let's just keep the enabling tool to be the same. So I'm kind of fumbling because I'm not recalling how they're enabled now. But I know our direction was, let's not, if we're expanding the opportunity for them based on development standards, let's also keep the same kind of review process in place so we see these, so we don't just get projects coming in that we didn't anticipate.
And I do think the intention, the discussion that we had at the study session was not necessarily that they would not be allowed by right, which they would be, but they would still have to come to the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council for the review of a development plan. So very similar to a PUD, except they're not changing their zoning at all, but they do still have to present the plan to the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council. I think that's where we got the consensus at.
Yeah, and some of it's coming back to me now, and they're currently only allowed in their industrial districts. So that's the one that was like, okay, when we look at doing these in residential districts, let's make sure we're looking at the development plans for these with the same scrutiny we would, because it would be something being introduced new.
And just a quick follow-up, because I do see the reduction, in some of the standards, because I think in response to how much manufactured housing we're seeing being developed in the state to address affordable housing concerns. Did we speak to any manufactured housing developers specifically around if that planning process would increase their costs versus a by right process?
Can you please repeat that last part of the question?
Sure. Did we speak to any manufactured housing developers if the plan review process would increase their costs versus a by right process? Did we get any feedback on that?
We did not reach out to anybody on that.
Thank you.
Member Russell?
Yes, thank you. I have, my question kind of goes along with Member Woodward's question about the owner occupancy of the ADU sunsetting after 10 years. What happens to currently existing ADUs? When would they sunset? Or it would not apply to them?
Yeah, I think we hadn't anticipated that, but I think the way we have it now, if the code were adopted, I think I would interpret it as, well, they have a 10-year, all of them would have a 10-year sunset provision. We wouldn't go out retroactively and go, how long has it been there 10 years and now let's apply it. Once the code is adopted, we could interpret it as saying, well, all of them that exist now have a 10-year period, but we can certainly clarify that as well. But that would be my interpretation, not having anything written specifically towards existing ones in the code.
Right, and council can discuss this also, whether we want to do away with that and take it back to, or leave it where we are. Thank you.
Member Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Brewster, Mr. Isom, Director Power, for all the work that's gone into this. It's exciting to finally be here at the public hearing. Appreciate all the public that are out here to speak to this tonight as well. I have a couple of questions. My first one is about how the bulk plane and setbacks apply within courtyard patterns and those in-grain lot, the front back lot patterns as well. And if we're having the same bulk plane and height requirements, I know the 25 is lowered on some of those as well. Are we still able to fit those in within the current bulk planes?
Yeah, we did some exercises particularly on the corner lot and in lot ones, and I think they certainly would all fit in. They would have to comply with it. The courtyard one could that could come in a number of different ways because it depends on how the lots are specifically laid out. But the exercises we did with the small lot houses, because they're also reduced in size, they're going to meet that 12-foot bulk plane that applies in those districts. So we would interpret it that, yeah, it applies to all of them, and most of the projects we prototype would fit in.
Okay. The other question I had was in regard to I just want to understand the change from 4 unrelated adults to 4 unrelated persons. Can you clarify the reasoning behind that? And I mean, I know there's a P&Z decision, but the reasoning beside that and how that actually works in practice?
Yeah, so when it came from the council work session back to the steering committee, Brian put together an analysis of all the different communities in the area and how the nuances of their definitions, and they're all very nuanced. Believe me, they're not all the same. It's not a matter of just picking a number because of some of the ways it's defined. However, the steering committee did land on 4 being about the right number. It was a middle ground between some of the other peer communities in the Front Range. So what we did was we went and just changed your definition from 2 to 4. The current definition included that tag on of all unrelated or unrelated people to those 2 unrelated. Well, when we changed it to 4, the Planning Commission discussion was, well, what if all 4 had a number of dependents as well? Then that number could be 16. And so they're going through all the hypotheticals and scenarios. And so where their discussion ended up was, well, let's just make, if our intent is to be more flexible with the makeup of a household, let's just make the maximum 4 and answer it easily that way.
But what was the person going to persons instead of adults? What's the purpose of that?
Because it would include any dependents or minors that they had as well.
But aren't the dependents and minors typically related to the adults?
Yes.
So am I misunderstanding the language here? Because this is for
Yeah,
unrelated persons.
It triggers when it's no longer the part of the definition that is much longer is if you're a family by blood, marriage, adoption, or how your current definition defined it, there is not a limit. So the limit comes in when you start to get multiple unrelated. So
Right.
it would be if a scenario would be 3 roommates, one of them could have a dependent.
If
So
that
it would
dependent is a child, though, isn't
Right.
that child related to that parent?
Yes, but the way the Planning Commission directed to change the definition is that as soon as you're in an unrelated scenario that's not one of the first 2 of your family, that then
Right.
the max would kick in.
I'm just, my reading of, maybe the city attorney could help on this, is if, it sounds like the definition requires them to be unrelated. And the child is related to the parent. So I don't know how you could get a child, under kind of a strict reading of this, how a child could actually live in that 4-person household. Right? 4 unrelated persons, it would be 2 unrelated persons and then 2 persons that are related if it was 3 adults, one of them with a child.
Yeah, I see your point now. I don't think we would interpret it that way. We interpret it as soon as you're in an unrelated situation that has more than 2, then that limit kicks in. It's not saying that they all have to be unrelated.
Right, that's nice, but it does actually say 4 unrelated. So I just want to make sure, like, if there's a better way of wording that, it'd be nice to figure that out.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Kolnick, I saw that you were turning your light. Member Kolnick and then Member Russell.
Thanks, guys, for all your hard work on this. Looking in the code and just what you guys are talking about with the courtyard configuration, it looks like that's not available on corner lots. Is that correct?
That is correct. The reason was that was a kind of a late change through our steering committee reviews. One of the things we noted was it was more of how the corner lots are currently already allowed that kind of split, and so we didn't want them to be able to, we were doing some scenarios where it was resulting in patterns that we weren't desiring those patterns. It was taking an end block and just kind of doing a row of houses and then claiming that your frontage was a courtyard. And that, for the corners, we intended just your precedent pattern of a front and back lot. And so taking that courtyard option from the corner lots helped us with that. Now you could do if you had a larger property, you could go a lot in and do a courtyard interior to the block, but the efficiency of it was better suited for the middle of the block.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Member Russell.
Thank you. So my question is, what is the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing Act? What is their definition of a household?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
So I just wondered if we checked any of those definitions that the federal government dictates what the definition of a household is. And especially when we're talking about affordable housing, I think that's one thing that we ought to look at.
Yeah, I would agree for the affordable housing component. I think it's not uncommon for zoning codes to define household for other purposes though, so I just want to make sure we wouldn't go match a federal definition when the city's regulations are serving a different purpose.
Thank you.
I have one question regarding the design standards on the ADU. So we're saying the size limit 800 square feet or basement units equal to the footprints. Are we saying that if the footprint is greater than 800 square feet, then the basement unit can be bigger?
That's
correct. So it can be equal to that. Okay. See if there was another question. Any other questions, members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
So one question I have is the ADUs in certain districts, even up to 3 ADUs, but there is no off-street parking required.
That's correct.
Let's see, and all of the ADUs can be short-term rentals, correct?
No. Well, I'll have to back up. That's not the intent of the ADU. Any ADU wouldn't automatically become a short-term rental. Your short-term rental standards are a separate process, and so they would still have to go through that process. The changes you made, I think during this project, are still, they're kind of operating independently of this. So we didn't touch those, we didn't broaden those at all. We just rolled over your current short-term rental standards.
Okay, but that really isn't part of this discussion. It did come up in our discussions over the course of the last year. But it's not really part of the Code Next project.
It is in there simply because it was an amendment to your other codes. I believe it was Title 5. So we cross-reference it, but we didn't. It doesn't substantively change those standards by adding the ADUs. That's why we kept those two issues separate.
Okay, so, and this is just, I want to be clear about this. So, it's possible that we could allow it, but it's not that it has to be allowed or that it is allowed even.
Yeah, I don't know the Title V short-term rental standards off the top of my head, but I think what you just said is correct. That's how we intended it.
Okay, let's see, any other questions? Parks requirements do we have a certain amount of area of parks that are required of developers for increased density in the city? Or are we just going to allow park and lieu fees?
We kept your current fee requirement in. There is an ability to dedicate space, but I think in most cases, most contexts of the city, the fee is going to be the one. They're not going to have land that people would accept for the dedication. So the current fee system would be what we would be using.
Okay, so the current fee system, and it can't be changed. I mean, when we're increasing density massively, and most of these developments don't have room to dedicate land, what's going to happen to all these people? What parks are they going to go to? Our parks are already overcrowded. So we haven't addressed that in the code.
We didn't change the fee amount. We sent it to the Parks and Rec Department, and if the fee amount changes, it would generally come from them, not necessarily through the development code. We just point to where the fees are, and their department helps determine what the fees are.
Okay, thank you. And then I went, the corner lot, subdividing corner lots. So if a house is on the backside of a lot, we're suggesting that even in single-family districts, we could subdivide that lot and it would be two separate properties.
That is correct. Now, on those lots, if you'll notice, there's not an allowance for an additional ADU. So they could basically either do one of two things. If they wanted to build an ADU, they could build an ADU. If they wanted to subdivide that back third and build a separate house, they could do that, but they can't do both.
So if they had a basement in both houses, could they turn the basement into an ADU?
No, not legally, no.
Okay, all right, that answers that question. And then,
Members of the public, please, if you could keep it down. Go ahead.
actually,
Member Russell.
I'll go ahead and, I have another question, but I'll wait.
Oh, no, go
So-
ahead.
No,
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead, Member Nunekamp.
I was actually going to ask if we could save the rest of council questions to the end. We have a public who've been very patiently waiting for almost 2 hours. If we could move to the public hearing portion, and then for citizens or for council members to ask more questions at the end.
Wait, what? So I'll ask members of council if they want to go ahead and continue with questions or open it up to public hearings. So any preference? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I just have one more question. I mean, if we're almost at the end of the questioning, we probably should just go ahead. But So my one question for you, Mr. Brewster, is, and I've asked you this question in the past, and I hope that I haven't changed the meaning of it. I may have. I asked you this at Bellevue Park. Have you worked with any other city councils that have been as open to drastic change as the Englewood City Council has been open?
We have done similar codes to this code as far as expanding options and opportunities in a strategic way. I think that's what this code is doing. And so I'm pretty confident that we're sensitive to that. I think there's a number of areas where we've actually closed loopholes that your current code is open to. And I think there's areas where to use your phrasing, to allow more significant change. I think we've been pretty strategic in that. To your question of working for cities that have done this, I think most cities that are doing development codes, or especially on the housing issues, are looking at all the same issues you all are right now. And we've worked with cities that have done more, and we've worked with cities that have done less, certainly.
Okay, and probably it's in the area of density increases, in such massive density increases. Thank you.
Member Woodward?
Thank you. In these other cities that you've worked with, have you come up with the zero additional parking for ADUs?
Yes, and we've worked with cities that have deregulated parking altogether as well.
Okay. Thank you.
And last question for me, Mr. Brewster. And actually, Mr. Isom, you may be able to answer this a bit better, but what was the discussion around the no further parking requirements for ADUs within P&Z?
Yeah, they did discuss that one quite a bit. There were a number of commissioners that had different viewpoints. I don't recall exactly how they were kind of doing a rolling polling vote, so I don't exactly recall how they landed where they did, although the majority of them did vote to keep the no parking requirement as was in the draft. However, there were several of them that were for wanting either a parking requirement or something that was more strategic and nuanced to the parking issue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brewster.
And I think there was a little bit of consternation around the areas that allowed for multiple ADUs not having parking requirements, more so than it was around single ADUs, more towards the 1, 2, and 3 additional.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Isom. Member Anderson?
Just one follow-up on the parking thing. Are we prohibiting people from building parking spots for their ADUs? Okay, thank you.
And Member Russell?
So I have another question. Is where you're going to allow, like, in R2, are we going to allow big units on corner lots?
No, it depends. R2A and R2B are different. I will say the standards are reducing the building scale more than what could occur now, especially for R2B. R2A is probably a little more similar, although we do have a maximum lot size for those duplexes. So I would say, if anything, the buildings that would happen after this code would at least be the same, if not smaller. There's currently not a maximum size in either of the districts, so in our opinion, they could actually get quite large.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking that question is because I know that there is a block, and I don't remember if it's R2A or R2B, where in the last year they have built 7 massive duplexes. And I guess my concern is there is a corner lot on that block that's fairly good size. So my question is, could they build like 8-unit apartment? Are there any apartments allowed in R2A or R2B? Small apartments?
In R2B, there would be what we're proposing just on the corner lots and in grain lots. In R2A, there would not be.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Any further questions from members of council? All right, seeing none, I think we will now open it up to public comment. And I believe in the past, we've alternated back and forth between one favor and one opposing. Is everyone in favor of keeping that tonight? All right, perfect. So we'll go ahead and get started. We'll start with the one on the favoring side and then moving to the opposing. Up first is Dan Jacobson.
I'm not really sure if
All
I
right,
figured out.
Mr. Jacobson, if you could just state your name and you're limited to 3 minutes for.
My name is Dan Jacobson. I own the duplex at 656 and 660 East Yale. First, I would like to thank Mayor Sierra and Steve Ward, who over the past many months have responded to me in a timely and meaningful fashion. My thing is the lack of my ability as an owner of a non-conforming home in an R1A zone to change its footprint while still adhering to all setback and bulk plane standards. There are 12 such homes in R1A zones in the entire city. According to City Planner Brooke Bell and his many years of experience at this job, not once has a variance been given to make such a change. In the past months, in front of council and town halls, I've heard at least 2 times, "We don't want people that rent." I can't believe, though, that most people are opposed, who are opposed to almost all aspects of Code Next, just don't want people that rent. I bet that everyone in this room at some point in their life has had to rent. They want the same things as owners: a safe, comfortable home, maybe a small yard, perhaps a second room to expand a family or to work from home. And in my case, a ceiling bigger than 7 or taller than 7 feet and a clothes closet that holds more than 5 suitcases. My home takes up 10 to 12% of the entire lot. Would it be so blockbusting to expand it to twice that size? But perhaps people are not really upset at the people that rent, but at landlords that just use these homes as the next big real estate play, and not as a home for a family not as well off as they are, and just want to wait it out and milk it for all it's worth until a better offer comes along. Whether they're young or old, white or black, etc., or whether they have a PhD or a GED, they all need a home. Perhaps these landlords don't maintain the home well, interior or exterior. Perhaps they don't screen tenants. And when you've got homeowners who've lived on a block for decades, who know the people next door and very much care about their homes, and have to live next to people that don't care, that's a bad mix. A change in the statute.
Mr. Jacobson, your 3 minutes are up.
You're kidding.
It went fast. I'm sorry, Mr. Jacobson. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Yeah, sure.
Up next is, last name Irwin. I'm sorry, the name below it cut off the first name, so. Ivan. Yes, there we go. Mr. Irwin. Thank you so much. If you could just state your name and then you may begin.
My name is Ivan Irwin, 4025 South Jason Street. I just address parking for a second, and that's not my main theme. There's parking on the street now in the average neighborhood for 10 cars or 20 cars. If this goes through, those parking spaces will be eliminated and there won't be enough parking. My neighbor had a birthday party for a 5-year-old or so and had 10 cars come in. They would have nowhere to park, but that's very minor. The thing is, one of the slides showed community support. There is no community support for this. 99% or 98% of the people of Englewood have no idea what all of this is. No idea, none. My wife and Kelsey Renner went out and gathered signatures and got the Sports Authority project stopped. The city council voted against it for quality of life issues. So it's just unthinkable that something of this magnitude, 4 members of the city council can ram it down our throat. This needs to go to a public ballot. Like I say, 4 of you can ram it down on 18,000.
Members of the public, please, the next outburst, and I will ask you to leave. I want you to speak to this. This is a very important topic. Can we please stop the time for Mr. Irwin? I just want to make sure he gets his full 3 minutes.
No, that's
But-
all right. That's basically what I have to say.
This-
This is just, it looks like somebody said there are going to be thousands of people getting out of California because what a mess it's become. So therefore, it's our obligation to find a place for them here in Englewood. That's ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Irwin. The next outburst, I will be asking you to be escorted out or for you to leave this meeting. But I do want you to speak on this important topic. It's obviously one of our biggest things that we've been discussing as a council. So thank you, Mr. Irwin, for your time. Next up is Michael Chisholm, here to speak in support of Code Next. Good evening, Mr. Chisholm. If you just state your name and your address.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of council, I'm Michael Chisholm. I live in District 1 on Cherokee Street. I want to thank you and the members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, the UDC Steering Committee, and all the citizens and all the staff who've worked diligently towards improving Code Next and planning for Englewood's future. A few weeks ago, I was very concerned that the process was speeding up too fast and that last-minute changes were being pushed and that some issues were not being addressed. I'm encouraged now. I do believe you're listening. I appreciate that, and I trust that it will continue. I'm not, however, relaxing my vigilance. I am concerned, for example, that stormwater infrastructure is not adequately being addressed. I understand that state and federal guidelines are being followed in evaluating and approving new growth. I'm not convinced that this is enough. Existing guidelines do not account for the severe weather changes that are coming more common. Global warming is upon us, and we see the storms are different now. They're longer and they're more severe. Look at Southern California and Nevada today. 100-year floodplains are outdated. Code Next and city engineers need to adopt new standards. Silt runoff in our stormwater systems will be increasing like never before, and there's nothing stopping Englewood from raising the bar and setting an example with higher standards. Tried and true Band-Aid approaches to grading alleys in Englewood don't work. The French ditch approach used in the alleys behind my house have never been effective. 2-year stabilization at best. My neighbors know it, and so do the contracted crews doing the work. They laugh and they tell us, you know, these don't work, and yet we're spending money on them. Our infrastructure is a long-term problem and it cries for a long-term solution. Code Next needs to be better address the long-term needs of stormwater flow. Also, it needs to provide for monthly updates or feedback loops to council so that you can see the expected improvements are happening and they're kept on course, or they're corrected in a timely and a reasonable manner. Finally, greater impact fees are required from developers. Such fees will allow some of the financial costs of development-related problems that occur years after they leave town. These fees should not be viewed as a penalty, but rather as an insurance premium. I'm committed to putting my shoulder to the wheel and moving Englewood forward. That's why I'm running for the new 2-year citywide vacancy on council. Rick Emmelhainz and I share many values.
Mr. Chisholm, your 3 minutes are up.
That's it?
That is it. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time tonight, Mr. Chisholm.
Thank you for your time.
Up next is Barham Chumley, to speak against the code next. Ms. Chumley, if you could state your name and your address.
My name is Barb Chumley. I'm in District 4 on Bannong Street.
Go ahead, Ms. Chumley.
I'm here because I do oppose the code next. I bought my home in Englewood so that I could be in a single-family area to raise my children, to have my grandbabies come to my house. If you guys push forward that's not going to happen. My whole world is going to be turned upside down. I currently am bordering another district who has allowed fourplexes. In the last 2 years, we've had 2 huge complexes go up. We have trouble parking already. There were supposed to be affordable units. These units, the cheapest one went for $675,000. And that is not cheap, that is not affordable. You know, my concern also with this is when these go into place, who's gonna monitor them? Who's gonna watch out for what's going on? You know, you guys had a huge sidewalk venue, it's been almost 3 years ago now. Joe, I've shown you my sidewalk. Nathaniel, I've shown you my sidewalk. Both of you went to the Building and Maintenance Committee and they called and they said they were gonna come fix it. That was 2 years ago. That hasn't happened. You know, you want to improve our neighborhoods and do all these great things, but every time you do something, kind of backfires a little bit. You know, there is no quality control, there is no follow through. And honestly, right now, I really feel that with the recall going on and the discontent with the residents that we have, it would be a real valuable thing to hold off until all of this is over and let the residents have their peace and, you know, give justification where it belongs and allow what the resident wants to happen. You know, I give you an example of affordable housing on Broadway at the Lucky U or the next one down. Have you been by there? I would like to take a walk with you, say, 8:30, 9 o'clock when it gets dark. Let's go walk by Ace Hardware. Would anybody like to join me? Would you come carrying anything? Because, I don't feel safe walking by there anymore. It's not a safe place to be. We had a duplex, affordable housing, down on Delaware and Stanford. I reached out to Nathaniel because, there was a ton of people staying in this place. And I said, hey, we got a problem. And the old lady that lives next door that owns the home can't handle it. This is bad. He said he'd look into it and help me out. The house blew up. It is now a scrape. And I guarantee you, if you pass this, I'm going to get another fourplex.
Thank you, Ms. Chumley, for your time tonight. Moving on next to the next speaker is Tim Nichols, speaking in support of Code Next. Good evening, Mr. Nichols. If you could just state your name and your address.
Good evening, I'm Tim Nichols. I live in Pennsylvania in Hamden. I thank you for hearing me tonight. I'm hearing a lot about affordable housing. And if we run back a couple of generations, guys know housing is affordable. If you've ever dressed a log with an axe, I got a cousin who built his own house out of logs he milled himself on the land. It took him a year. He lived in a tent the whole time. That's not affordable. It's never been affordable. That's okay. If you guys could fix that, I would ask you to, and I also want a castle and a pony. But I don't think Englewood City Council can do that. What I do want from you, though, our houses, most of them were not built to hold 1 or 2 people. They were built in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s to hold families. A lot of them are holding 1 or 2 people. And that's okay, that's totally okay. But if somebody wants to take their house and add an ADU, convert a basement, taking in one case I know about, a family took in a single mom and her 2 kids, fleeing an abusive relationship. The way they didn't live in their car was this family took them in and they crashed on their couch for several months. That's illegal. I would like that to not be illegal. When a good person wants to do an objectively good thing, you should not be in their way. the current standard, the 4 unrelated adults standard that you're looking at adopting, take a single dad with 3 kids. Things are getting serious with his girlfriend. He would like her to move in. Now, I'm a minister. I'm happy to tell him that he needs to get married. Do you want to? Because you are, if you adopt that. You need to rethink how you're doing that and think through the range of situations that you're addressing. It's not the job of city government to get in the way of ordinary people doing ordinary things with their property. If they want to bring in someone to help them out, retired couple wants to convert their basement, bring a young couple in, they just had their first kid, 4 unrelated adults can't do it. These are things that should be legal. And one of the ways as a government that you lose legitimacy is when good people want to do good things and you are in the way. What will happen is that they will ignore you anyway. But you don't want to be in that position, and you shouldn't be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nichols. Actually, Mr. Nichols, before you leave, for the public hearing, you actually have to state your address in full, so.
Okay, 3550 South Pennsylvania.
Thank you so much.
Sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nichols. Up next is Cian Dickerson, here to speak as well, against Code Next. Good evening, Ms. Dickerson. If you could state your name and your address.
Cian Dickerson, Bates, Logan.
Ms. Dickerson, I do need you to state your full address for the public hearing.
At 561 pages, Code Next is a mismatch of incomplete sentences, contradictions, violations of property rights, turns the city ever more over to developers, increases density, and deliberately and apparently with malice aforethought upends single-family zoning to no good purpose. It allows 2K lots in R1 and courtyard. That's a ridiculous thing. No yards, no trees, no off-street parking. That's a degradation of the quality of life in R1. There are multiple references to administrative adjustments without any limitations that are currently present, but it virtually eliminates the Board of Adjustments and Appeals. On page 76, there are prohibitions on parking, one of which violates the Citizen Initiative of 2011 and Title 15, Chapter 9, by prohibiting non-op cars on private property. And the other one makes even less sense, prohibiting commercial vehicles from parking in the right-of-way. Where else are they going to park when working? As far as the household definition, I kind of agree with Tim Nichols on this. The definition is unconstitutional, whether it's 2 or 4 or any number, and it's not enforceable and hasn't been enforced. Encouraging 800 square foot ADUs makes those properties indistinguishable from R2 and MU, with less parking and more corporate commercial owned. They don't belong in R1. If they're there, that's one thing. They're grandfathered, but encouraging more is not right. More density, less property, less privacy, less permeable land, less parking, increased traffic, raises prices, does not create affordability or attainability. Impact fees are needed, at least 3/4 of what Littleton and/or Denver charge to prevent and mitigate the impact on infrastructure that developers have. They pay it in other cities. Why don't we have it? It's been proposed, and you've always rejected it. The process outlined for the UDC and the Charter and for Planning Commission has not been followed, and Council has interfered in demanding some very egregious additions. There's nothing thoughtful, intelligent, or useful in this code that benefits citizens currently residing in Englewood, much less the goal of attainability for unknown future persons. It is not ready for prime time. It is not ready for a hearing. A lot apparently has changed between the P&Z hearing and now. It's unfinished. There's too much left to change.
Thank you, Ms. Dickerson. Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you for your time. Up next is Nathan Hoag, here to speak in favor of.
Mayor,
Yes, Member Newcamp.
I believe Mr. Hoag had to leave, but was going to provide written comment. Is that correct, Clerk Carlisle? I believe Mr. Hoag needed to leave, but said that he was going to submit written
Okay.
comment, so. we can
I
go
have
on
not
there.
seen anything, but when we do receive something, we'll add it to the record. We'll move on to the next name within the favoring. It's Celeste Salt. Good evening, Ms. Salt. If you could just state your name and your address.
Yeah, Celeste Salt, 4120 South Jason Street.
Thank you.
My husband and I have been pastors in Englewood for almost 11 years. The occupancy requirements in the current version of Code Next, if people abided by them, would have made several of our youth group students homeless. Poor families share housing. Mothers escaping abusive relationships move in with a friend while they get on their feet. We have personally known many families who, and individuals who, if they weren't sharing houses, would be homeless now. 2 of our students, for example, were living with their mother and siblings in a motel for some time. This is very pricey on a family, or for a family, on a week-to-week basis. And if it weren't for friends willing to let them move in with them, which is currently illegal, if it weren't for those friends, they would not have been able to escape homelessness. They are far from the only ones with this story. Our church runs a ministry giving food to families in the Englewood School District who are in need. So we know because of this program that for many of them, sharing the cost of housing is the only way that they are not homeless. Refusing to change Code Next or adding an amendment that severely limits occupancy will greatly add to the homelessness problem and especially affect families and children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salt, for that. Mr. Kevin Wright is up next, opposing. Good evening, Mr. Wright. If you could just state your name and your address.
Kevin Wright. I live at Tufts and Julian. Tonight I'd like to talk about the infrastructure and the HDR report. After reading the HDR report, I noticed that there's a 72-inch Denver water main that runs across, causing some problems. You can't tunnel and bore. You cannot tunnel and bore below Santa Fe or the railroad tracks. Therefore, you can only put detention ponds up, which with detention ponds, we're now looking at the chances of people drowning. Given the circumstances unearthed by the HDR report and the need for further subsurface investigations, which I brought to Tim Dodd, which is ground sonar radar, but they would disguise it as subsurface investigation in the report, it's the same thing. So what we can do is we can run over the top of the surface with the ground surface radar and pick up what's underneath the ground. The city's best interest proceed with the vote. Members currently facing recall should refrain from rushing to make changes to any of the city's zoning laws, and they will not face any repercussions if their decision to push this project forward fail. Neglectful spending with the ARPA funds indicates our city placed higher importance on aiding in the development of high-rise apartment buildings and a redevelopment of several blocks with new homes rather than providing safety measures to the flood district residents around Rotolo Park. I looked at the numbers. For $4 million, you could have bored a tunnel and put in a retention pond and took the stress off Rotolo Park, taking the stress off of those homeowners over there. And you didn't do it. You spent the money on the hospital district. Yeah, you spent the money providing safety measures to the flood district residents around Rotolo Park, which could have been safeguarded by a $4 million spent on tunneling and boring a new drain and putting in a retention pond. Given the current circumstances, the Englewood City Council should refrain from moving the project forward and wait until a professionally represented council is in place. In addition, another ethical theory that may be relevant in this situation is virtue of ethics. The theory suggests that ethical decisions should be based on cultivating virtuous character traits such as honesty, compassion, and justice. This means that the city council should strive to act with integrity and prioritize the well-being of the community as a whole over personal interests or political gain. It is also important to consider the concept of social responsibility, which suggests that individuals and organizations have a duty to act in a way that benefits society as a whole rather than just themselves. This means that the city council must consider the impact of their decisions on the entire
Thank you, Mr.
Englewood
Wright.
community
Your 3 minutes are up.
and act in the best
Thank
interest
you,
of
Mr. Wright.
Thank you very much.
Up next, speaking in favor of Code Next is Laura Willetto. Ms. Willetto, 1 second, please. I just need to get confirmation on this. City Attorney Niles, is it a requirement that the citizens have to state their full address as part of the public record? I think it's a little bit different than it is for public comment versus a public hearing.
We do require it clearly within council policies. And I was actually just looking what our code says about it. Council policies, page 12, states that all persons desiring to be heard at a public hearing shall provide their names, addresses, and indicate whether they are speaking for or against an issue or are neutral. But that's within the council policies. Within our city code on public hearings, it does not require that. However, city code regarding addressing the council, section 1-5-2-9 states that any person desiring to address council shall give their name and address or cross streets, or if not a resident of the city, then the name of the city where they reside for the record.
So I guess it kind of provides both avenues there.
Yes, but our council policies that council has adopted do clearly require it.
Thank you. Member Russell?
We could waive council policy also, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the only reason I think that it ought to be something that we do, because we've had some problems with people giving addresses and then people go after them. I would be interested in waiving the address, but I would like to know, maybe cross streets.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else want to weigh in? Member Anderson?
I'm happy with cross streets. I do think it's helpful to know that they are in Englewood and, and know their way around the place.
Okay.
Or if they're not from Englewood, that we know that as well. It's just helpful.
Exactly. All right, if we're okay just moving forward with cross streets, we'll continue with cross streets. I thought there was a requirement for direct address, but Ms. Willetto, if you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Sure. Hello, Council. My name is Laura Willetto. I live near the intersection of Federal and Evans. I also serve as the Director of Communications for Habitat for Humanity of Metro Denver, which is an affordable housing developer. I am here tonight to express my support for the changes being considered in Code Next. Habitat for Humanity builds and repairs affordable homes throughout the Denver area, including in Englewood. And from our work, we know firsthand how vital it is for cities in our metro area to be thinking creatively and proactively about housing affordability. In the last 10 years, housing costs have increased at nearly twice the rate of wages in Colorado. So this leaves many families, young people, and essential members of our workforce unable to afford stable housing, just to name a few. If our cities don't make plans to provide accessible housing, we will continue to lose these vital members of our community. I am so encouraged that with Code Next, Englewood is tackling development topics that will help make this city more affordable. Topics like mixed-use developments, increased occupancy limits, ADUs, and other options to add accessible housing. I'm also excited that an affordable housing task force would be formed with Code Next to guide additional work and research on affordability in our city. By doing this work now, we will make Englewood livable and affordable for more of our neighbors now and for many years to come. I want to express deep gratitude to the members of this council and to the Englewood City staff and contractors as well for the incredible work you've done. Thank you for the many months of planning, research, thought, and hard work that you've put into Code Next. Your efforts are making it possible for our city to remain welcoming and livable for everyone. Code Next, I think, represents a body of really good and important work, and I think it's time to move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next is Kim Wright, speaking against.
I have some papers for council.
If you could hand it to the city clerk. Thank you, Ms. Wright. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Kim Wright, Tufts, and Julian. For quick point of reference, federal guidelines is 2 hearts per bedroom plus 1, just to let you know. The handout I just gave you is in reference to section 16-15-5. In your packet, it was on page 411. Attainable housing guidelines. In this section, bonuses are given to developers. These bonuses are reductions in parking and or up to 3 additional stories if assurances are made for 20 years. Once these buildings are built, how will the city make sure assurances are met? We have had people come in from Traditions to speak with council about issues residents have had. And they have received, Traditions has received concessions from the city. I asked council, and so how are you gonna make sure assurances are done for 20 years? I asked council to read this entire document. Every time I see it, it grows. When P&Z approved it, it was 670 pages. Now it's over 900. P&Z voted on a document they didn't even know what all it contained. Please do not do the same. This document should not be voted on in haste. What's the rush? Recall election is in in October, an election in November. Is there state pressure? All of this needs to be paused. And we just need to take our time on it. This is a document that's going to be in place for over 20 years. It's going to survive longer than some of us in this room. Process was not followed. I have a big issue about this, and I've spoke about it before. Council should not have been involved during this process. P&Z should have been contacted. P&Z should have done the entire process. Where steering committee came from, I have no idea. Someone in this city decided they wanted a steering committee. When I'm looking at municipal code and all the committees, they're not even in it, so I don't know where they came from. And this city shouldn't be running these committees either, and I've spoken about it, and they did a lot of times. I watched the meetings. So that's a problem also, where process wasn't followed at all. The city council should have not been giving P&Z steering committee, anybody, any direction when it came to this. So there was no process, and we need to pause this until all the issues are resolved, including the process issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Up next is Trey Willetto, speaking in favor. Thank you, Mr. Willetto. If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
Yeah, I'm Trey Willetto. I live at Federal and Evans, and I work off of Navajo and Oxford. First, thank you, City Council, for working diligently for the city. As much as housing has been contentious, thank you for continuing to deal with the normal boring parts of running Englewood, like cable TV codes or library budgets. Around 13,000 residents voted in Englewood's last general election. About 30 of those residents have made their vocal opposition to Code Next very clear. To put it another way, 0.25% of Englewood's voting population has made their position clear in these meetings. This lines up with a study published by Cambridge University. Catherine Einstein found that Quote, individuals who are older, male, longtime residents, voters in local elections, and homeowners are significantly more likely to participate in local government meetings. These individuals are overwhelmingly, and to a much greater degree than the general public, opposed to new housing construction. When you vote, please keep in mind the broad spectrum of Englewood residents, not just the public comment regulars. Affordable housing is not low-income housing. Affordable means a family of median income could afford to live there. In the Denver metro area, that means a two-person household making about $120,000 a year. The people affordable housing is meant to attract are not degenerate boogie monsters committing heinous crimes with every breath. They are teachers, firefighters, trade workers, and business owners. I've heard, sorry, I gotta skip that. Nationwide, I've heard sometimes in the same sentence two contradictory complaints. First, this is going to lower my home value. Second, that this is going to raise property taxes. These things can't both be true, as property taxes related to home value. Nationwide, since record began, home values have only fallen once, in 2008. Otherwise, they have stayed the same or risen. By adding more supply to meet housing demand, the hope for both current homeowners and those wanting to buy and rent in Englewood is that prices would be stagnant for a few years as wages catch up to inflation. This is a chance for affordability. Sorry,
I wasn't able to tell who laughed at that comment, but go ahead, Mr. Willotto, sorry.
Thank you. Slowly building towards a denser Englewood will be a boon for the local economy. Local construction companies and suppliers, such as those along Santa Fe and the railroad, would grow. Local businesses, like those along Broadway and near hospitals, would have more customers. Right now, young families who want to live in Denver or near Denver are moving to Parker, Lakewood, Aurora, or Nevada because that is where they can afford to live. Wouldn't it be better to incentivize these families to put down roots in Englewood, where they can be a part of this community, spend locally, and contribute tax income for many years to come? I think yes. I'm in support for both what is currently in Code Next and the continued work for affordable housing and development in Englewood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Willotto. Up next is, I'm not sure who clapped. Is anybody able to see that clap? Because that person should be escorted out. I could not tell who was clapping at that comment. So we'll move on, but I will, if I notice who was clapping, I will be escorting that person out. Up next is Mr. Stephen Kelly, here speaking against Code Next. Good evening, Mr. Kelly. If you could just state your name and address or cross streets.
Steve Kelly, Delaware, and Radcliffe.
Thank you.
Code Next, it says it's an update, but it's actually a full-scale change of the building code. It's going to leverage small home lots. My home, I could have 2 ADUs on it, 4 unrelated people. There's going to be an additional 20% more impervious ground, potentially 8 cars for my property. Scale this up, and we have density in my area. There's going to be an increase in alley traffic. There's going to be a lot more wear and tear on the alleys. What if the alleys are paved? That's a lot more storm runoff. And for my property, I know where it's going to go. It's going to go to Oxford and Windermere. Have impact studies been completed for this increased runoff? I hope someone has done this already. Short-term housing will probably explode. The clientele might not be great. And it might be in your backyard. And if not in your backyard, well, maybe your neighbors. And your neighbors are good people for sure, but in 10 years, they won't be living on the property. I know that's a bit sarcastic, but it's a real possibility for property owners that want to maximize short-term housing. Englewood zoning has been residential. With Code Next, it's going to be moving towards commercial. And Mayor, this will impact the feel of the community, as you and I mentioned at the Bittner Run. And I wonder what the police think about it. It's going to have to impact how they do their job. The idea of the quote, promote the missing middle, really, to me, it seemed like promoting commercial. Earlier, Mr. Woodward, Representative Woodward mentioned, density is going to be on the rail trail and the medical district. Density is gonna be on every block with Code Next, if everybody maximizes it. And I know there's a need for affordable housing in this country, including this city, but Englewood does not need to be the poster child for the Denver metro area. Look at the best practices of our neighbors. I should say, I'll ask, what is Cherry Hills Village, our neighbors to the east, doing in relation to affordable housing? They certainly have more space available. And again, where will all this stormwater add up or end up? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Up next is Ariel Taylor, speaking for. Give me, Ms. Taylor, if you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Yes, my name is Ariel Taylor, Quincy and Lipan. Good evening, City Council. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak tonight and for the careful consideration you have given the components of Code Next over the last few years. I'd also like to thank the members of the UDC Steering Committee and all of the hours they put into designing Code Next. I would urge you to respect the work that is done via the UDC Steering Committee has done regarding ADUs in Englewood's residential districts. As we are all aware, housing is at a crisis in our region, and one way we can combat this crisis is to add additional affordable housing via ADUs in our city. ADUs do not automatically equate to short-term rentals, as many of my neighbors have purported through social media posts and public comment. ADUs give potential renters an additional means of securing housing, which in turn contributes to our sales tax in Englewood, a sales tax we sorely need to shore up our city coffers. Additionally, I have heard some of my neighbors decrying ADUs because they see the building of additional housing as a threat to their property rights. However, what about the rights of those of us who would like to build an ADU on our properties? Are our rights not to be considered? According to the Brookings Institute, the Supreme Court of North Carolina found that the owner occupancy requirement had no foundation in reason and bore no substantial relation to public health or welfare. Additionally, a federal appeals court has ruled that owner occupancy requirements are unconstitutional because they discriminate against interstate commerce. When the idea of owner-occupied rules are suggested, it makes the actual construction of an ADU in our neighborhoods nearly impossible. In other words, owner-occupied is a poison pill for ADUs. This is not because there's some conspiracy theory to have developers build ADUs on properties after they buy them around the city. And it isn't because those of us wishing to build ADUs want to be absentee landlords. It simply comes down to the financial aspect of building an ADU on our property. My husband and I have 3 children with varying special needs. It's very likely that at least one of them will be unable to live completely independently when they reach adulthood. We would like to have the opportunity to build an ADU on our property to give our children a sense of independence while also offering needed support. However, to do so would require financing. Did you know you can't secure financing for an ADU with an owner-occupied requirement? It makes financial sense for the banks. They can't owner-occupy a property that they have to foreclose on it. I urge you to accept Code Next language as written and reject the calls for owner-occupied language that has been added by the Planning and Zoning Commission. In conclusion, ADUs would help our city combat the housing crisis while also giving property owners more freedom to use their property as they see fit to benefit their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Up next is Linda Cohn, speaking against. Good evening, Ms. Cohn.
Good morning or good afternoon.
If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
Linda Cohn, Marion, and Dartmouth. I would really encourage the council tonight to refrain from passing Code Next at this point. 3 of you are under recall. 1 of you has been on council a very short period of time. I don't think the comments by the fellow that was saying that only 30 people have come forward. I have been to meetings where there have been hundreds of people opposed to Code Next at the meeting. And I think that a delay in passing such a broad expansion of density is really a good thing. It actually is having the effect of a taking of property rights. The zoning that's in place right now has been in place for 50 or 60 years. The people that have purchased houses in Englewood have depended upon that zoning. And even looking at the changes that were proposed from the gentleman that was making the presentation, you can see that there is a great density that is possible. And I also am very concerned with how much the standards are going to be flexible enough that our city planners are going to be able to allow things that do not fit into even the what they are talking about. Basically, a lot of this discussion was, let's look at what is intended. Let's look at how they're going to do it. Let's look at whether or not it fits in. And that is all so subjective that we can have a great deal of mismanagement based on what is in this code. I think that there are problems with parking. I think there's problems with water. There's problems with water runoff. And if this is the third time I've heard the gentleman talk about the fact that there has been no discussion with the people that are in charge of the sewer system, I think that we basically need to put this off until our election takes place and allow the people to be heard. I think the people have not been heard.
Thank you, Ms. Cohn. Up next is Andy Taylor speaking in support. Good evening, Mr. Taylor. If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
I'm Andy Taylor. I'm at Quincy and Lipan. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the adoption of Code Next. First, I want to thank you and city staff for maintaining a multi-year iterative process to move this conversation forward. To tackle the real challenges and opportunities identified in our city's comprehensive plan, Englewood Forward, I greatly appreciate the opportunity you gave me as one of the community members appointed to sit alongside Planning and Zoning Commission members as part of the Unified Development Code Steering Committee. Second, I want to acknowledge that maintaining this conversation can't have been easy for you. There are voices in this room that want to shout down any discussion of change, questioning your intent and integrity. But it's clear to me that adopting Code Next is a direct outgrowth of Englewood Forward, a plan adopted by a prior city council. Third, I want to thank you in advance for considering the needs of a wide range of current and future Englewood residents, more than can be heard from in a public hearing like this. That includes the process behind Englewood Forward, plus all the activities since as documented by community development staff and the materials they prepared for your consideration today. From the 2020 Unified Development Code Assessment through the outreach, communication, and meetings for the Code Next project itself. Lastly, I want to recognize the fear that comes with change. I know that's something you hear a lot, but Englewood is subject to change whether you act or not. Englewood does not exist in a vacuum. We're connected to a regional transportation system and part of a regional housing market. Time moves forward, infrastructure reaches the end of its useful life. Commercial ventures we counted on for our sales tax receipts may be replaced by those outside our boundaries. Demographic shift and housing needs change. Household size has been decreasing nationally and here in Englewood. Older adults make up a greater share of our population as they have longer life expectancy than the generations prior. New households aren't forming at the same rate as in the past. Households are welcoming children into their families at rates that are unlikely to do much more than replace those households where children are aging and moving out. And so I urge you to be proactive and adopt Code Next, not to change Englewood, but to help Englewood residents and staff adapt to the change that surrounds us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Up next is Rick Emmelhainz, speaking against. Good evening, Mr. Emmelhainz. Name and address or cross streets?
Rick Emmelhainz, intersection of Lipan Drive and Shenango. Good evening again. I'm speaking to you regarding two issues that concern me on the proposed UDC changes. First, however, and I hope others have done this too, is that we do need to acknowledge the hard work that was done by the UDC Steering Committee and the Planning and Zoning Commission, and for their continued efforts toward taking public comment and concerns into consideration. I see positive changes that have come as a result of these public hearings and the response of planning and zoning, but I think it needs to continue. In spite of this, I don't feel that enough has been done. Off-street parking as related to accessory dwelling units seriously concerns me. Without some language within the code which either limits the number of vehicles tied to ADUs or requires some measure of off-street parking, I envision streets being clogged, making it both harder for residents to park as well as creating bottlenecks for emergency services in those neighborhoods. Even as one council member mentioned, tasks such as taking out the trash could be impacted. My second concern is how the growth of ADUs will impact city services such as water, sewer, and emergency response, as well as increased water runoff. As Member Russell just indicated, not only does it impact that, but it impacts our parks. It impacts our rec center. It impacts every aspect of the city. It's going to cost us a lot of money to keep managing that. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration. What happens with one property now uses doubles the amount of water, flushing the toilet twice as much, showering twice as much, and increasing water runoff from two sets of roofs. We know that this won't be an immediate or even a near future issue, but the council is voting on policies that will extend well beyond its tenure, so that it needs to consider these consequences. Could a study be done to address these issues over the next 5 to 10 years and possibly require additional impact fees, which would be set aside for funding the increased costs associated with infrastructure growth? In spite of the positive changes that have been made to Code Next thus far, there are still too many questions and ambiguities that need to be addressed before it is put into permanent revision in the UDC. I encourage the council to opt to pause Code Next until the next seated council can determine what and how review will happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Emmelhainz. Up next is Mike Shoup, here to speak in favor.
Mike Shoup, Tufts and Lincoln. I'm here to voice my support for the adoption of the Code Next changes. I believe these changes are a step in the right direction for the city of Englewood. While I would love to see even more density than what is outlined in these changes, I am also aware of the need for restraint as well as pragmatism. I encourage the City Council to adopt these changes. I'm happy to hear the city is forming an affordable housing task force. I hope we can answer the question, how can we as a city best address housing affordability, and how can we work with the surrounding cities to do so? Next, I'd also ask the city to consider ways in which we can reduce red tape with building projects. These changes in zoning code won't do anything if permitting procedures and building codes create hurdles that are difficult or unlikely to be cleared. If the city really wants to add more housing units, we need to make it easy for the average homeowner to plan these projects themselves. I disagree with the idea that Englewood is a city in decline. I love Englewood. I'm happy to raise my family here. I was a member of the Englewood High School marching band. I would love to see the band grow and have more students. I want to share Englewood with more people. Finally, I want to extend my thanks and appreciation to everyone who helped out on the Code Next project. I know it's been a lot of work. There's been a lot of yelling. There's a lot of opinions to listen to. Everyone from the Englewood residents, the city council, city staff, committee members, and anyone else I'm forgetting to mention have done an amazing job listening talking and coming up with changes that are pragmatic in their approach. I think the outcome here is something the entire city should be proud of. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Shoup. Up next is Kathy Naughton, here opposing Code Next. Kurt Supps, also opposing. Mr. Supps, name and address or cross streets?
Let me make sure I got this. Last time I was up here, I shut it off, so. I'm Kurt Supps, Dartmouth and University. With all due respect to prior speakers, I must take issue with the notion that the City Council has listened to community concerns. The Englewood Planning and Zoning Commission, as well as the City Council, have failed to do their due diligence by conducting important, necessary impact studies in the development of the proposed zoning changes, especially as it relates to accessory development units. The list I am presenting includes some, but not all of the studies which have been omitted or ignored. These matters impact not only the citizens of Englewood, but all aspects of the city, including business and otherwise. It is patently obvious that the impact of the list that I'm reading here will bring irreparable and significant decline in the community. First of all, interference with the right to quiet enjoyment, defined in property laws as the right to inhabit or use property without disturbance, protection for homeowners from intrusions, and guaranteeing basic necessities of a home. Secondly, traffic, both with respect to the congestion and parking in neighborhoods, and that includes access to emergency vehicles. Child safety. My neighborhood, there's a bunch of kids out riding their bicycles. That'll go away. And it also concerns me that with this new this new definition for single family, that we would allow a child to be subjected to potential abuse by being put into a situation where there are multiple unrelated adults. Environmental issues, ADA issues, impact on safety, access, and mobility for those that are disabled. Sewage issues, capacity and safety, well, it's similar to what we're seeing down on Oxford. Next, endangered, vulnerable, and threatened species, including birds of prey, wildlife, and even native grasslands in the city. Construction interference, including air and noise pollution, and additional construction traffic. Solar panel utilization interferences, and increased incidence of crime. In addition, I also want to point out the inevitable significant negative financial impact on homeowners in contrast to what was previously said, who stand to lose hundreds of thousands of dollars in equity because of the negative impact on these established neighborhoods from these zoning changes, and the negative impact on renters who rent homes in the city who may either be displaced or must put up with these changes.
Your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Up next, speaking in favor is Ellie, and I'm not sure the last name. Burpee. Good evening. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Ellie Burby. My cross streets are Bates and Lincoln. I have a different perspective than many of the ones that have been shared tonight on City Council's work on Code Next. For instance, City Council Member Noonan Camp has held multiple town halls regarding Code Next to gain citizen input. This is actually how I learned about it. And that was a long time before the recall or the petition were even existing. It was nice. I appreciated the opportunity for citizen input one-on-one. I've participated in city council meetings. I've watched them online. I've read minutes. I've participated in the 12-week Englewood Elevate Englewood course alongside, might I add, Kathleen Bailey, who I really enjoyed getting to know despite our differences on this topic. But through all of this, I've seen diligent research, I've been part of complex discussions, and I've seen a willingness on City Council's part to engage in those discussions with me and other citizens. I don't think Code Next is the answer to all of our affordable housing problems in the city, but I believe it's a thoughtful step in the right direction, and I'm in favor of it. In that 12-week Englewood course, I had the chance to actually talk with city council members, with city staff, and get to know them, which I would encourage others to do, rather than some of the dehumanization that I've heard over the last several months in city council meetings. Our goals are not that different. It's different solutions being proposed. I understand there's a lot of passion around that. But I just want to acknowledge and thank you, city council members, as your employer, as many of the oppositions like to call us as citizens. I want to be the kind of employer that encourages you to try innovative new things, to be bold, to feel supported and empowered. I'm excited about the direction of Code Next, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaking next is Beth Cochran, speaking against Code Next. Good evening, Ms. Cochran. If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
Beth Cochran, 2130 East Eastman. Again, thank you for your time. I do appreciate all the hard work everyone has invested. I guess I will mirror a lot of these requests to slow down. What is the rush? I've just seen this comprehensive plan for the first time. I agree, since 2004, a lot of necessary changes obviously need to be made. But have we done an impact study? Have we spent the money on an impact study? Have we spent the money on a feasibility study? Have we created a city plan for the next 25 years? I've been to 4 of these meetings. I've been to neighborhood meetings. I've been canvassing. I've been talking. I don't understand why we can't invest in our future. You invested in this code study, which is excellent. It's thorough. It covers so much. They're also from Kansas. What have we done in our hometown to invest in ourselves? This density creates a new tax base, but what have we done with the tax base that exists? Our crime rate is 1.9%. It's higher than one of the, I have it on my phone, I can show you the stat. It's one of the highest crime rates in Colorado in the nation's per capita. When I moved in 12 years ago, the cops were up and down the street. I had familiar faces. I don't see them anymore. My truck has been stolen. I'm a landscaper. My cars have been broken into 4 times. My kids went to local elementary school all the way through high school. I'm a single parent owning a house in this neighborhood. I'm a Denver native. Why can't we take the time to study this, plan it, create action for parking, civic spaces, setbacks? Have you seen what's happened to Dartmouth and Marion? It's a sidewalk and a door, 10-story buildings. There used to be restaurants. There used to be little houses. Thank you. Please consider a delay.
Thank you, Ms. Cochran. Up next, speaking in favor, I thought I just saw her walk out, was Christine Brinker. Is Ms. Brinker coming back? Does anyone know? I could skip her and just... Okay, I'll skip her and come back. Colleen Nebel? I'll come back to her. Is it Nebel or Bevel?
Nebel.
Nebel. I was wrong on both fronts. If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
Colleen Nebel, 4790 South Lopan Street. Good evening, City Council, Mayor. My name is Colleen Nebel. I'm serving as the chair of Innovative Housing Concepts Board, formerly known as Englewood Housing Authority. The Housing Authority Board of Commissioners is comprised of Englewood residents appointed by City Council. We would like to enter a formal letter of support for the Code Next project and Englewood's efforts to increase the amount of affordable and attainable housing. As the city's public housing authority, Innovative Housing Concepts has a long and successful history of providing various housing assistance programs to the members of our community. With the increased cost of rent and decreasing numbers of affordable housing units, the board would like to encourage City Council to adopt policies and regulations promoting the development of affordable housing at lower area medium incomes, also known as AMI. As identified through the Comprehensive Housing Needs Assessment prepared for the City Council by Roots Policy Research, there is a demand for a wider array of housing options to accommodate market preferences and special needs. Especially important is additional affordable rentals for residents earning less than 60% AMI. We believe that the following changes to the city zoning will have a positive impact on the affordable housing needs in our community. Expand accessory dwelling units in all zoning districts, and allow internal ADUs, allow multi-unit dwellings in R2A and R2B, reduce lot sizes in R2 zones to increase density, lessen minimum parking requirements for multifamily dwellings, especially those developments deemed to be transit accessible, allow a development bonus and parking requirement reductions to incentivize developers to build units at 60% or below AMI. The adoption of these strategies are critical to the creation of affordable housing for everyone in the city of Englewood. The Board of Commissioners of IHC supports the adoption of the changes to Title 16 and looks forward to working collaboratively with the city of Englewood to address the affordable housing crisis in our community. Thank you very much for your consideration. And I have a formal letter.
Thank you, Ms. Nebel. Up next is Marcy Brown speaking against. Good evening, Ms. Brown. If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
Yeah, it's Marcy Brown, Sherman and Cornell. Well, I'm against Code Next for many reasons. Because of my neighborhood is not the same anymore. We used to be a community. We no longer are. I have no clue who my neighbors are anymore. And I think one issue that you overlook as a city council is our quality of life. And I've seen so many people's mountain views get taken away, which they used to enjoy. I know I used to enjoy watching fireworks. I don't see them anymore. I don't have a mountain view. Our block has so many cars on it. And I don't think you've taken into consideration the parking. I think you've blocked a lot of people's sunlight, which hampers their gardens. I think you're taking away green belts. And I think you're taking away, I heard the mayor speak one time about bees, pollinators. You come in my backyard, you'll get stung by them. I have plenty of bees because I have flowers and I have a backyard. You've taken away people's privacy. My neighbor is in a house like mine, 2 duplexes on the side of her, and she can't even go out her backyard. She keeps her shades down 24/7 because on both sides of her, they can look directly either into her bathroom or her bedroom. And that's taken away quality of life. And my opinion is that if close to 4,000 people signed for recalls, on now 3 of you, you should not be able to vote because those people are questioning your decision making. And I think you really should take that to heart. that they do not like the decisions you have made, or else we could have never gotten that many signatures. And I think the three of you should recuse yourself. And I don't understand what the hurry is on this anyway, because every time I come to a Code Next meeting, it seems like things change. I went to a P&Z meeting. I've been to these Code Next meetings. They keep changing the rules or who gets to be and how many ADUs. You know, P&Z meeting, they were saying, oh, one person per 150 square feet. I don't even understand what you're talking about half the time. And by the way, the duplexes, I heard this gentleman say something about that it would be only 2 stories. Well, I've got 3 stories going on in my neighborhood. And though they are really tall and they throw a lot of parties during the summer. So I'm against it. And please think about our quality of life.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Up next is Christine Brinker, here speaking in favor. Good evening, Ms. Brinker. If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
Hi, Christine Brinker. I'm at Dartmouth and Washington, and I'm here in support. I laugh at anyone who characterizes this as either rushed or crammed through, because it's been a very long, very comprehensive, very transparent process. I also disagree with any characterization of it being broad or drastic. I think the results are actually quite incremental, and in many cases, dare I say, mild. Most of it, if you read through, is a matter of reorganizing and clarifying and simplifying. I think we heard that it cuts it down by 40%. Our code is so old, so out of date, so confusing, and this fixes a lot of this. It has a lot of good in it. It has walkability, more greenery, and preserving the character of the houses. I think a number of the issues that were just raised are actually improved in the new version rather than worsened. I personally like that it would result in more options for families, both new and old. I'm in a situation where I have aging parents who are struggling to maintain their current house. If they move straight to a retirement facility, I don't know if you know, but those start around $9,000 a month. And there's no ADUs in my neighborhood. I can go a few blocks away and find one. So I'll wait until that one opens up so my parents can live nearby, so we can go check on them more often, help them out. I resent any characterization that Englewood is only for residents who are wealthy enough or lucky enough or old enough to have a single family house that they've been here for a long time. We're a lot more diverse than that, and we have a lot of different styles and types of families here. Finally, y'all were subjected to quite a fire hose of sewage earlier tonight. I wanted to say I'm really impressed at a lot of the things that Englewood has been doing at your initiative and at the hard work of Englewood City staff. And I'm really grateful to all the people in Englewood who are actively working to make our community better rather than just dishing out complaints. So thank you for wrestling with all the balance of these tough issues, and go ahead and tweak it on the margins, but I hope in the end you do approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brinker. Up next is Jan Weipert, here speaking against. Good evening, Ms. Weipert. If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
Just a sec.
I didn't understand. I'm speaking again. I didn't speak earlier.
Against.
Is that what you said?
Against, yes.
Yeah, I didn't speak earlier. I intended to, but I was told that we weren't signing up, so.
Ms. Weipert, actually, if you could just pass it to the city clerk, so, or we could just pass them out. You can handle the entire thing.
Well, I have more than. There's against, not against, just saying. Oh, against. said again, and I thought, I didn't.
Ms.
Okay.
Wiper, yeah, name and
Jan-
address or cross streets.
Jan Wipert, 3087 West Grand Avenue. I've stood in front of this council many times in the past 6 months, many times discussing density. I handed out a density diagram which shows cities with similar area and square miles. Englewood is #1 in density at this time in Colorado for cities with similar square miles and population. What was density of these cities which you worked on, Mr. Brewster? What is their density? The question should be, what is the density number per each of the cities he has worked with? We don't want increased density. Council has stubbornly refused to consider various aspects of building issues, including density. They voted down opportunities to explore other viewpoints. This becomes a moral and ethical issue. Council at this point should stop Code Next. What is happening is not good for our city. My concern with the rewriting of code for planning and zoning is that the rewrite has become a personal issues campaign for some council members. Is this a quick get-rich scheme? This push, is it because you personally want to build ADUs or sell your current corner lot at a profit? The code should be stopped. First, it should be looked at for safety issues and improving people's lives, not as a way for developers, real estate agents, brokers, city employees, and council members to make money. The safety issue should then be looked at as a group and passed on merit. Then our city needs to put in place parameters for developers to use when building. These guidelines should be written to protect our citizens for fire, flood, and building construction. They should include costs to the builder to cover infrastructure issues. I understand there are such guidelines in place in Colorado. It should not be difficult to find good solid samples rather than our 1/2 page. Here you go do it. I now want to address a fourplex or a duplex by any other name. You've said that you were getting rid of duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes on our corners. Now you're going to allow them to break the lot in half. That's a duplex by any other name in this same area. It's two units instead of one. Do not make change to an area, block, a district to help one person or developers make a change in zoning for the benefit of a minority. It has already been stated that most individuals would be unable to afford these builds. We do not want to be Denver, crowded, steep streets, people living on streets, squashed together, so a firestorm would kill thousands. This is happening now. Hawaii, Canada. My brother was just evacuated from Yellowknife, Northwest Territories. Do not kid yourself, it can happen here. Stop increasing density. Leave R1 alone. For unrelated people, that's not a good definition. That needs to be changed. We do need low-income housing. Low-income housing.
Thank you, Ms. Wiper, for your time.
Low-income housing for people in need.
Thank you, Ms. Wiper. Speaking next is Timothy Thomas. Mr. Thomas not here. Gabriella Wilson. Speaking in favor. Good evening, Ms. Wilson.
Hello. Thank you. I'm Gabriella Wilson. I live at 4600 South Huron Street. And I originally wanted to come and really just thank the city council, staff, the commission, for putting in so much work that I could not do it. I don't want to do it. I have other strengths, but I really just appreciate the way that you advocate for the residents, for our city. I can tell that you've spent so much time pouring over hundreds, thousands probably, pages of documents, of information, sifting through, what's actually the best way to do something that's complicated, that has so many layers. And I'm just so deeply, I wish that other times that I've been sitting here, I would come up and say thank you, because it's what I'm thinking. I'm so proud of the work that you've done. I think I spoke a year, maybe a little bit more ago, to say that I'd recently just moved here. It's been 3.5 years now, and I've so much more appreciation do I have now for the work that I've seen you guys do, for the respect that you have for each other, for us. Yeah, the way that you just communicate, and I could say so much more, and it's because I've been bottling it up from all the times that I come and I say nothing. But I am in support of Code Next for updating something that hasn't been updated in 10 years. 20 years. Yeah, and I'm for, changing, updating things in our city that, I mean, it's never going to be perfect, but we need to progress and not stagnate. Yeah, and I trust the work that has been done already, and I agree with a lot of the people that are in support of Code Next, because they've probably looked more into it than I have. I tried looking at the document yesterday, and it's just so overwhelming. But you've read it, you've looked at it, and I trust that you're doing your best, and I really appreciate that from the bottom of my heart, because it's not a job that I could do. So thank you all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. Speaking against is David Curry. Good evening, Mr. Curry. If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
Thank you. I'm David Curry. My wife and I are 30-year residents at Marion and Girard. I'd just like to make a very simple observation to the members of this council. You do not have a mandate to make irrevocable changes to the character of our neighborhoods. The work of a committee, the opinions of an expensive consultant, those are a very different thing than the express will of your neighbors, of the citizens of this community, of the people you claim to represent. If I was sitting where you're sitting, and I saw the events of the recall petitions, I'd ask myself, am I being arrogant here? Am I letting moral posturing or career ambition, right, drown out the voices of my neighbors, my fellow citizens? So from where I'm standing, if you proceed forward to pass Code Next before the recall elections, before the next council elections, I think it'll be very fair to question whose interests you're really serving. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Devin Wilson speaking in favor. Mr. Wilson, your name and your address or cross streets.
Devin Wilson, 4600 Huron Street, South Huron. Thank you for all your work on this project. I've learned a lot while following along the last number of months. One thing I just want to start out with that I think is obvious but bears repeating: Code Next is not perfect. Also, our current code is not perfect. Let me say that again. Code Next is not perfect, and also our current development code is not perfect. I'm encouraged that there are a number of changes in Code Next that allow for a greater flexibility in types of housing being built or adapted, as the first person in support said today, that there are some cases where things are already there and just need a little bit of flexibility. I'm also encouraged that there are some guards in place. There's been some good response to community feedback to try to temper some of the building sizes and things that I think a lot of people will agree on, that our current code is not protecting in the way that we would like. I am in support of the current draft of Code Next. A couple of things just to note. I know there's been a lot of discussion around the owner occupancy requirement with the ADUs. To me, it seems like the 10-year sunset seems like a good compromise there. I understand someone said earlier, like there's a funding complexity with that. It would be interesting to see what's different between owner occupancy and owner occupancy with 10 years. You might already know that. I don't know off the top of my head, but from a funding standpoint, does that move the needle enough to make it approachable, but also provide some protection? And then I think from the parking standpoint, I've lived in an apartment, a couple townhouses, and a couple houses. And yes, I've had less parking issues in the houses than the townhouses and apartments. Most of the issues I had at the apartments and townhouses were because it was regulated. And you know, if it wasn't regulated, there'd probably be other problems. So I think that there's a balance there, and I think that's something I would like to see some sort of middle ground on instead of no parking or just parking requirement. Yeah, and I think just on the definition of household, to me, it seems like having some option for those complex situations, not capped merely at 4, having a higher total cap, but limiting the number of adults or something like that, I think is worth having. Also, I emailed the clerk and you all an article that I read talking about how tighter zoning has been found in some cases to lead to higher prices, and this was from a economic think tank, not someone who's just trying to kind of push a certain policy. So I just thought that was an interesting perspective. Thank you again.
Mr. Wilson, your time is up. Thank you for coming. Speaking against, I believe it's Gary Randall. I may have the last name incorrect. I'm not sure if it's. No, nothing close to
Mayor?
that. Yes.
Can we take a little break?
We're actually down to the last 4 names, but do you need a break at this moment, or?
I would appreciate it.
Are you guys okay with taking a quick 5-minute break? 5 minutes, good enough? All right, sorry everyone, we're down to our last 4 names after this. Thanks. Members of the public, if you could please be seated. Members of council, if you can please be seated as well. Members of council, if you could please be seated. All right, everyone, we're going to continue. I'm just going to try again on the last name. Is there a Gary? Yeah, something Gary Russell, Gary Randall. Anybody by that name come close? Lives on Oxford. No? I was thinking it was Gary Kozak, but I don't think that that's a spelling. It would make sense though. If nobody by that name, we'll move on to Marjan. Speaking against Code Next. Good evening, Marjan.
Good evening, Councilor.
Name and cross streets or address?
Marjan Freeman and Tufts and Fox. First of all, thank you for all your hard work that you guys are doing. I think I'm just repeating a lot of things that just comes to my mind as well, since I live in other cities and I've seen these problems. And one of the things that really bothers me is the fact that we attach a positive word to something like affordable living, but then nothing about it is affordable. It's like federal bank. Nothing about it is federal. It's a private company that is just running its own agenda based on their own interest, financial interest, and then they just running. And I have no idea how people, do they recognize this or not? And I think most people here are recognizing that, and they have a problem with that. So we should be concerned about that. And this higher density, and what is the urgency? I mean, seriously, what is the urgency in this? Like, everybody's going to be homeless, or is it because of the fact that some properties are purchased by these builders, and they're just waiting for this urgency to be done so they can build their own agenda? So parking definitely is a problem. You know, safety, security, water. Water is a major problem. We already have so much problem with water. And so how can we afford that? The sewer lines, you know, I have a quarter lot, and, you know, I can totally see the fact that we all get flooded. Every time we got rain, we get flooded. And so it's like, well, clearly the sewer, and then they remove the sewer lines out of the water from the water board. And so you're like, why shouldn't it be addressed with the same people that are handling the water as how is it going back to the reusing the water? I mean, there is so much disconnection in the whole area. Then also another problem that I really have with this situation is the hire contractors and consultants. That this way nobody has to take accountability for anything, you know, because they move on with their happy lives, make their money, and they make the consultation. This gentleman over here already addressed that every city had a problem with this situation. But we see that they're still going around and pushing their agenda. I think there is a personal issue in here that, and all the other gentleman that he said is part of the board, he never stuck around to see what is the people want. Why doesn't he want us here? That other people have a problem. And people are opposing this scenario. They're planting a mango tree. They're planting a seed so the future residents of Englewood can benefit from what choices we're making today. That should be considered. We shouldn't just look at it. Right now, I have the desire, have a house, or I have problems. And then you see people are pro it. They're only considering their own personal issues. They're not considering other people's issue. So, I mean, and then watching people of their moral, and if they want to house somebody, that's not the job of the government. This is what China and Nazi did.
Thank you, Marjan,
You
for
know,
your comments
thank you.
tonight. Thank you for your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
We're now moving on just to favoring. We have 3 names. I believe it's David. Hanazeski.
Hanazeski. You were really close.
I was getting there.
I probably spelled it really sloppily as well.
Name and address or cross streets?
My name is David Hanazeski, and I live near West Grand and South Irving Street. I came here tonight to say that I support Code Next and appreciate the years of research, hard work, and community engagement that has gone into developing the plan. I support council making decisions for the future of Englewood's needs and not being swayed by sensationalism. And I believe that home occupancy should be the decision of the individual that owns the home and those willing or sometimes forced to sacrifice their own personal space. I imagine that if every person living in Englewood could afford to live in a 2+ bedroom apartment, home, or condo, they would choose to do so rather than having to live in a potentially cramped home devoid of personal space. Many of these people have no other choice, and the city should not make their search for shelter illegal. I think we should consider significant property tax relief for making an ADU an affordable housing unit to encourage ADUs being used for the marginalized and those at certain percentages of AMI. I think we don't need to build more parking or need to increase parking to build ADUs. I think we need to make decisions with humans in mind and be less concentrated and concerned about making room for cars. We should consider that by moving away from car-centric design, demand for alternative transportation and walkable neighborhoods will rise. I like the idea of creative building plans, such as courtyard patterns and duplexes on large lots, and I think we need to encourage smaller homes to be built. Smaller homes are more accessible to first-time home buyers, are better suited for the smaller family sizes that are becoming more common, and increase housing stock without building massive buildings that can change the way our neighborhoods feel. In closing, Winston Churchill said, "Perfection is the enemy of progress," and I believe that Code Next is progress. Don't let perfection get in the way. Thank you.
Thank you for your time tonight. Up next is Alicia Bell, also speaking in favor. And last is Eric Montiel. All right, do we have anyone online? That's everyone I have within the 2 lists tonight.
I don't show anybody online.
All right, perfect. All right, everyone, I guess that would conclude the public hearing. Can I get a vote to close the public hearing?
I move to close the public hearing.
Thank you very much.
Second it.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Newnenkamp?
Aye.
Member Colnett?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. That concluded the public hearing for tonight. City Council will pick up the subject again the Tuesday after Labor Day, so should be on our agenda for that night. So thank you very much for everybody for coming and speaking, and thank you very much to staff as well. Mr. Brewster, for your time on this, for your work on this as well over the last couple of years. Just appreciate everybody's input and time during this. So thank you very much. Moving on to 11A1, this is Council Bill 42, Comcast Cable TV Franchise Agreement. We have our City Attorney Tamara Niles here to discuss. Good evening, City Attorney.
Good evening. I actually have a short PowerPoint tonight. This is a project that's been ongoing for quite some time. Sorry, would you like me to wait for a minute until people?
Well, you lost them already, City Attorney Niles, so. No, We'll give everyone a minute, but, yeah. All right. All right, City Attorney, you can proceed.
Apparently, everyone doesn't want to hear about cable franchises.
You know who wants to hear about it? Mayor Pro Tem wants to hear about it, so.
Well, we've had a cable franchise since 1980 here in the city of Englewood with Comcast and its predecessors. The current 2002 franchise agreement went month to month in 2019 with formal action by City Council authorizing us to do that. At that time, it was anticipated that city staff would negotiate a new agreement with some more permanent terms rather than month to month. But then COVID hit, and then everything that came along with it. So we hired outside counsel in April of 2022 to negotiate a new agreement, and here we finally are. August 2023, Comcast agreed to new terms. Although it took that long, our new terms are very, very similar to the old terms. The franchise agreement is a form agreement that's used statewide, and so the terms largely haven't changed. The franchise fee remains at 5% of gross revenues, which is the statewide norm, and what has been ours since the 2002 agreement. And the revisions are relatively minor. We were able to negotiate for a $30,000 access grant for online programming, and this is why I wanted to use outside counsel, because they knew what Comcast had agreed to pay every other city. So they were able to negotiate this for another city, and so that's how we found out we could negotiate it for it too, and Comcast did agree to pay it. We also increased the aggregate insurance requirement up from 1 million to 3 million. And the required letter of credit was reduced from 100,000 to 25,000, which better reflects the franchise fee owed and potential financial demand should we ever be required to use that letter of credit. I did look, and I could find no evidence that in our long history with Comcast that we were ever required to rely on any sort of letter of credit. Customer service standards, on your consent agenda tonight, you approved an ordinance to remove that from our municipal code. This was at the recommendation of our outside counsel that said this should really be a contract between us and Comcast. So those cable customer service standards are now attached as Exhibit A to the franchise agreement. And they were an exhibit to the prior franchise agreement as well, but we also had it in our municipal code out of an abundance of caution, apparently. And so, again, you already approved that on a consent agenda. Very simple revisions. Well, the agreement itself, you can see in your packet, quite long, but the changes are really quite simple. So I'll leave those up on the screen if you want to refer back to that. I would welcome any questions you have.
Thank you, City Attorney Niles. Any questions from members of council? Member Kolnick.
Is this agreement, because Comcast is the cable TV provider, does this also mean that they're the de facto internet provider within Englewood?
No, it just applies to cable,
Okay.
to cable TV, which I was a little surprised to hear so many people still had cable TV. I know I got rid of it a long time ago. But no, this only applies to cable.
Okay.
Any other questions from members of council? Member Russell.
Thank you. Does the city use Comcast cable for anything?
Not that I know of. I don't have cable in my office.
And I was just curious to know there, and this was probably years ago, it could have been 8 years ago almost. We talked about, I think it was Comcast providing maybe something for council, like.
Well,
Yeah, like Channel 8.
They did used to provide a cable access channel that would do things like show our council meetings on it. But because everything is streaming now, people go to the internet on our YouTube channel and our website. That's why they agreed to do the $30,000 grant, because we're not doing that online channel anymore.
Okay, and so it is mostly for giving them the right of way for cable to homes.
Yes, they do have a non-exclusive right to use right-of-way to provide those services.
Okay, and that, it's really a monopoly also, right?
I'm sorry?
It's a monopoly or,
No,
no, can anybody else do it?
Yes. We could give one to somebody else, but I don't know of anyone else that is actively seeking a cable franchise.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any further questions from members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C1, or excuse me, 11A1?
I move to approve 11A1.
Thank you, Member Russell. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Kemp.
Aye.
Member Colnick.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Moving on to 11C2. This is the Tri-Cities Homelessness Plan of Action. Up next is Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. So for our newest council member, this is another action on a plan that this council and the councils of Sheridan and Littleton adopted in 2021 to acknowledge homelessness as a regional issue. And our homelessness, Tri-Cities Homelessness Policy Committee has been working since I think about 2017 or 18. This is a monumental step that will move towards having a navigation center. So I'll explain a little bit about the process and what a navigation center is. So navigation centers are really meant to be one-stop shops. In the Tri-Cities Plan of Action that you approved, it actually contemplates 2 different navigation systems. As you'll recall, there are 4 themes in the plan. One is a governance model, one is individual or chronic homelessness, one is family homelessness, and one is workforce development. This really touches on all 4 themes. However, it's really anchored in the individual or chronic homelessness theme. A navigation center, simply put, is a place, usually they're brick and mortar, but they're not always. Some of them are virtual or they have virtual components. And it's a place people can come to get assistance and navigate into different systems. So as you know, there are, of course, many different pathways, hundreds of pathways into homelessness. And as a result, there are many pathways out. So someone coming to a navigation center will share characteristics. They may share their age, their veteran status, other characteristics, whether they are single, whether they have a pet, and then people who are specifically trained will work in the navigation center and they'll help them get that assistance, whatever it is. So in the case of a veteran, they may say, okay, we can navigate you into VA assistance. If it's someone who shows up and they basically say, I'm homelessness for economic reasons, I'm ready to work, I have this training, they'll help navigate them into workforce. It's really important to note that while a navigation center, while they often do have beds, they are not shelters. Usually the beds are to be used for a very specific amount of time. In the contract that this would have proposed up to 2 weeks at most. But they are not meant to be shelters. They're meant to be a place where, if they come in on a weekend or at night and they can't get the services immediately, they can stay for a few days, and basic services like water and food can be provided to them. But again, I do want to stress it is not a shelter. The Tri-Cities Navigation Center will meet several goals, 2 specifically. One, it will help meet immediate needs of people experiencing homelessness, and it will also create a access point into services. So we are proposing that it be run by Bridge House and co-located in Englewood with the Bridge House, a ready-to-work site on Windermere. There was a committee this summer. We did an RFP. It was through the city of Littleton. There were three organizations that submitted proposals. Bridge House was the one that was selected. Again, they are proposing 45 beds specific to the navigation center. These would be separate from the up to 50 beds that would be in the workforce program that they are working to develop that you're aware of. And again, base services are provided. So it's really just food, water, depending on levels of trauma. There could be some trauma-informed care, other specific services that are needed. And again, very temporary shelter. It is not a homelessness shelter. This is a key component. That's why it's such a pivotal thing that we're here today. I would say some of the major accomplishments of the action plan related to governance were, of course, the hiring of our Tri-Cities Homelessness Coordinator. Bridge House was a key part of the workforce development component. And then this really will be the anchor for the individual or chronic homelessness theme in our action plan. So the responsibilities of the city. So, and it's important to notice that the amount that we have here that's in the IGA, this is money that's already been set aside as part of the $350,000 that this council set aside from ARPA funding to implement the IGA. So it's not new funding. It's funding that the finance has accounted for. That's part of the $350,000 this council has identified. So you see there's two different chunks. The reason for that is that there's two different steps in the action plan that call for two different pockets of funding. So $11,250 is the city's share specific to a launch of a navigation center. And then the remainder is for $150,000 that's for a single adult lead service provider that would be Bridge House in this case. In addition to the funding, we'll participate in quarterly meetings with the cities of Littleton and Sheridan. And again, it will be Littleton in this case. In many cases, it's actually been the city of Englewood that's been kind of the lead on different projects. But in this one, it is the city of Littleton that has agreed to take the lead. And Littleton and Sheridan will also be paying into this, and you see here what they're paying. And this split is typical for most of the other Tri-Cities projects. Littleton and Englewood typically pay the same amount, and then Sheridan pays less, given that they are substantially smaller than the other two cities. So that's the presentation.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. Member Russell.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. So Littleton is the lead, but the facility is in the city of Englewood, correct?
That's correct. It would be in the city of Englewood, yes.
Okay, how does the navigation center differ from what the services that 5280 provide?
Yeah, it's a great question. So the navigation center really is open to anyone, regardless of their age or different characteristics. So anyone who's experiencing homelessness. Moving to 280, I'm not familiar with everything that they offer. I do believe, City Manager Lewis, please correct me if I'm wrong. I do believe that they can do the VI SPDAT tool there. So that the VI SPDAT is a tool that intake centers or navigation centers do use. It's basically a questionnaire. So you come in, you provide characteristics of yourself. There are other providers in the city, like Movement 5280, that can do that. But this would be the identified, wouldn't mean that they wouldn't be able to in the future, but this would be the identified navigation center that would meant to be a one-stop shop. So I can't really speak specifically to everything that Movement 5280 provides. I can just say that this would kind of be a center that anyone could go to needing services, and other providers could still be providing those services in the city.
Okay, thank you. So what is the age required to get into the Ready to Work program?
So I don't know off the top of my head the age requirement for Ready to Work. However, even though this would be run by Bridge House, it would not be a part of the Ready to Work program. They would just be co-located. But the entrance requirements for the Ready to Work program would not apply to the Navigation Center.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't understand how a facility that provides temporary shelter to homeless people is anything other than a homeless shelter.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the main difference being they have to be there to be navigated into services. So it's not a place where they can just come and say, I need to stay somewhere for 3 days. It's, I need help. Here are my characteristics. Here's what I need help with. The counselor would say, okay, well, I can't get a hold of this group, or, someone may come in with such advanced, I guess I would say, trauma that they need to stay somewhere for a few days before they could maybe be able to go somewhere for services. But it's not really just meant to be a place where you go for a few days. It's meant to be, if you're trying to get services, but there's some barrier to those services, and it may take you a few days to get there, you can stay there for a few days while you're trying to access those services.
Do we have examples of similar products in the Denver metro area or in other municipalities around the country?
Mayor, if I could, This is pretty common in the North Metro area. I know Longmont has a navigation center, Boulder has a navigation center, Denver has, I think, multiple sites. And they're almost all, this is a pretty common model, and if you look at models across the US with regard to homelessness services, this is considered a best practice, which is one reason it was recommended by all three councils in our action plan. Yeah, it's a very common model.
What would be an example of someone who needs to spend a few days in a shelter before they can enter the navigation system? Because the thought that obviously immediately crosses my mind is some sort of substance-related impairment.
It's my understanding is yes, substance or trauma, very substantial trauma. It could also be that the services aren't available. It could happen over a holiday or late at night, and sometimes the services they would navigate to them aren't always available 24/7. So I would say it's either that the services aren't available, significant trauma, or some kind of substance abuse challenge.
Thank you.
Member Kolnick?
I was just looking in here, so I just see that it's located on Windermere Street. How far down Windermere Street, or like what's the actual location of it?
I believe the exact address is in the contract. I don't have it off the top of my head, but it's
Just north of the off-leash dog park on the west side of the road.
yeah, I apologize. I don't have the exact address. I believe it's in the.
I think it's on the 4600 block, if I remember right.
Sounds about right.
Okay.
Yeah, north of Bellevue, south of Tufts.
Thank you.
Perfect. Any other questions, Member Anderson?
Yeah, I was just wondering how this navigation center would interact with like our mobile response unit and our co-responder program, those kind of things. Is this somewhere where, would this be a pathway to get somebody kind of off the streets and off into housing?
Yeah, absolutely. So Member Russell, for example, mentioned a specific nonprofit in the community. Often nonprofits partner with navigation centers. So that's one pathway in, is that we have some nonprofits in the city, that many of them that are not 24 hours that people may come into. We also, as you mentioned, have the co-responder program. They could be another pathway for bringing people to the navigation center. So yeah, absolutely. I think the idea is that they would build relationships, and they already have many relationships with different service providers in the community, that they would be allowed to do that.
Very good, thank you.
Mayor, may I?
4675 South Windermere.
Yes, that's one of the answers. The answer to Member Russell's question about Movement 5280, they serve young adults and teens, and so that's really their focus. Ready to Work, as Tim said, that this is really separate from the Ready to Work program because it's a navigation center that happens to be co-located with Bridge House Ready to Work, but they serve 18 to 60-year-olds at Bridge House Ready to Work. The other thing that we wanted to point out is just the support that we've gotten from the service providers, including Movement 5280, for a navigation system. Because this is a best practice, we've heard from our Change the Trend network, which includes 30 some odd homeless providers that have been really supportive of this, because it will help refer people to their services and connect people that are coming in that may not know where to go, and it will say this is a menu of services, and Movement 5280, I'm blanking, but there are a number of those that are really excited about this new service.
Any further questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion? Can I get a motion to approve Council Bill 44?
I move to approve CB 44.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan Camp. Any further comments? Member Russell.
Thank you. I'm not necessarily saying this is not needed, but I am very concerned that the short-sighted planning for our ARPA monies should have been used to upgrade our neglected stormwater infrastructure. And this is an ongoing project. We're committed to 3 years. I don't know how the city is going to keep maintaining this. And so I will not be in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Mayor Pro Tem, and then Member Camp, and then Member Anderson.
My concerns actually differ from Member Russell's. My primary concern with this plan is that when we discussed Bridge House, and every single time we discussed Bridge House, we discussed it serving one particular population of homeless individuals, which were the homeless individuals who were ready to be stable, get some career training, and move on with their lives in a place where they could be functioning members of society. This is not the population we're talking about here. If it's 1 bed or 15 beds, this is not what I viewed when we originally discussed Bridge House. This facility is located in District 4, very close to my own home, in an area where constituents are concerned about homeless sheltering. We have some facilities nearby there that generally serve an unhoused population. And there have been concerns in the surrounding community based upon the demographic that serves. Recognizing that not every person who finds themselves without a place to live is a criminal or has some sort of social problem, we can also, I think, on the same hand, recognize that there are certain quality of life issues that tend to travel with the unhoused community. So I am not in favor of this evening, and I will not be supporting it this evening.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Camp.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a very strong support on this. We had some really, I think, tough conversations last year around when we were talking about sit and lie in public right away, because there is not a good place for folks to go and to get services. I think, the way we look at the research on homelessness, sheltering alone is so inadequate and actually doesn't solve any problems. So if we can actually incentivize and encourage folks to come and get services, if we can have a central gathering point for services and to help people get the assistance that they need to get to a place where they can actually participate in a Bridge House program as that next step on that path, I think this is incredibly smart. I know that it's research backed, and I really appreciate that. To Mayor Pro Tem Ward's concerns, I actually think consolidating these services in one location instead of spreading them out is actually quite smart. And I believe that we have, resources and staff to do this in a way that is the most effective and efficient possible, that doesn't increase any unnecessary, harm to the rest of the community, while also serving these residents in our community who also are part of the demographic that we need to be aware of. So I think this is a thoughtful, moderate, smart, research-backed approach, and I'll be thrilled to vote for it.
Member Anderson.
I want to speak a little bit to the Tri-Cities Homelessness Action Plan, which we recently had an update from Mike Sangren on this. I know he mentioned this was in process as well during that time, and we've had meetings over the years about this. This is actually, just to rewind and think about the action plan, Bridge House and the Navigation Center are two separate components in the action plan. And there was always a hope, I remember early conversations, that the Navigation Center would have a small number of beds in order to kind of provide that buffer as they're navigating our homeless population into these services. So this was a separate component, but it was in the action plan in the same way that something like a workforce component was in the action plan. They're two separate components of it. And so this, even though it's co-located with Bridge House, it's trying to fill something different that was also in the action plan. So I don't think we're getting a bait and switch here. We're actually getting we're getting exactly what we had asked for when we approved the Homeless Actions Plan, and we're getting the advantage of having these co-located, which works out that if somebody needs to be navigated into Bridge House, this would be a great place for them to go to that as well. So I am very supportive of this. I would also say, because I've heard citizens speak to ARPA funds, and now Member Russell as well, and wishing we would have done stormwater with it. When the ARPA funds came up very early on, I said, can we direct some of this to our stormwater? And with the city manager, we had this conversation back in 2020. And what we found out was that since the stormwater is an enterprise fund, it can't receive outside grants of more than 10% of the stormwater without losing its enterprise fund status. And since it's a very small fund in comparison to our other enterprise funds, only a very small amount of ARPA money could be directed into that fund anyway. So it wasn't really a possible use for any significant amount of funds. I don't remember. We may have directed some small amount of money into the stormwater fund, but we couldn't legally do it without risking the enterprise status of that fund. So that's why the ARPA money was more directed towards homelessness and the homelessness action plan. So anyway, I'm supportive of this tonight, as I have been all along, and would like to continue seeing our homelessness action plan executed, and this is an important step in that process.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Woodward?
Thank you. I will be supporting this tonight. I see this as a transitional, short-term thing for somebody. I mean, and I can see where somebody loses an apartment or something like that, and all of a sudden reality kicks in and there is no apartment out there for them right at that time, which I think a lot of people have been experiencing here recently within their budgets. So I think this is a great idea, great situation. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp?
Aye.
Member Kolnick?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Nay.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 2 nays, the 2 nays being Councilmember Russell and Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Thank you. Moving on to 11B1. This is amending the Englewood Municipal Code for the city's lead reduction program. This is the second reading. Director of Utilities in South Platte, Peter Van Rye.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm back to present quickly for the lead reduction program code amendments that we talked about a few weeks ago. And so I'll quickly just run through the presentation to refresh your memory. So we're in the process of trying to remove the lead service lines out of our system. We're taking a proactive approach as a city to do this, since this is a public health issue across the U.S. We are one of the first in line in the city or in the state behind Denver, taking a proactive lead in removing all the lead service lines in our city boundaries or in our service area. You can see what the general schedule is. We're in the phase where we're doing this first round of code amendments in August of 2023. We've got a public meeting set for September, and then we'll start the verification of lines. We've actually been working with the state on this, and their guidance has been evolving over time, and so they've just recently, just in the last couple of weeks, since we were last here, told us that our number is now 375, not 500, so we actually have less that we have to verify. They've also said that based on the data that they're getting from Denver, that we're only required to assume homes that are pre-1960, because apparently Denver's data is saying that anything post-1960 is not lead containing, and so they're saying that we can make that same initial assumption as we're working through this inventory. And then the last piece that but you can see for the rest of the schedule that we're going to start removing next March. That's our plan. So we talked about the code changes. Oh, there we go. And the main thing being the access to the home so that we can verify the 3 points. We've also heard from the state that that they are now accepting verification at 2 points. And so with that, we may be able to alleviate situations where we would have to go into the home for the initial inventory assessment. If we do determine it's lead, we are going to have to end up in the home at some point to remove the line. So this still gives us that ability to do that secondary verification if we do initially determine that it is lead. You can see the other things that we're considering, which is to give people a Brita filter if they if we do determine that they have a lead service line, so that those Brita filters are proven to filter out lead if necessary. Keep in mind that our system has never had a lead hit, so this is a proactive approach to removing the potential hazard from the distribution system. These are our phase of code amendments. You can see what we're doing today, which we talked about last a couple weeks ago, and it's changing some of these definitions and allowing us that access. And then the next phase will be establishing more financial conditions, responsibilities, things like that. We'll be coming with those in the fall to determine how we're actually going to pay for the program so that we can implement it over 10 years. Any questions?
Thank you, Director. Member Russell.
Thank you. So if the requirements are a lot less stringent, could we drop this? Because my take on this is you are going to get voluntary compliance. When you find out at 2 points that there is lead, I believe that if you ask the homeowner, they will allow you to go into the house. So if we can do this voluntarily, I would much rather do it that way. And especially since the restrictions have been dropped some.
So there's no guarantee that we'll get voluntary compliance for the randomized sample that we have to implement across the city. So that's not a guarantee. If we aren't able to do that and we start to delay this, this starts to jeopardize funding. So it starts to jeopardize federal funding. I also want to, I probably didn't do a good enough job last time I presented this. The access is already on the books for the utility to go into the home at the point where it comes into the house. And whether there's a meter there or there's not a meter there, the access grants the utility to go in and put a meter there if we want to. Our policy, because we think it's a good policy, is to put the meters outside in meter pits. But for years, meters were put inside. So that applies to every home in the city right now. The code as written applies to every home in the city as it is today. If we took all those flat rate meters and said, we're gonna put a meter in on that line, the code allows us to go into that property right now to put that meter on. What this does is it expands that ability of the utility to be able to verify for the purposes of public health whether there's a lead service line or not. That's all this does. And so it's not adding a broad sweeping access provision that's not already in code. The code, it's already in code, and it's there for meters. It's not there for assessing whether it's a lead service line. I probably didn't clarify that enough the last time I talked. So we're not asking for, all we're asking is the definition to include verification of this health hazard, not broad access that doesn't already exist.
So does that mean that if you go inside the house and you see lead in there and the homeowner does not want you to replace the lead, you're going to force them to replace the lead?
Yes. And the reason why is because the lead is a hazard. And so if you go back to what happened in Flint, the people that, ultimately the issue came back to the water provider and the city officials for not protecting the community from this hazard, which is a known hazard, and the EPA has said these lines need to be removed out of the water systems. And so if we identify lead and don't remove it, then the city, as well as myself as the director and the utility, now becomes, I think becomes, and I'm going to defer to Tamara because this is more of or City Attorney Niles, I'm sorry, opens us up to exposure, I think, based on my interpretation of how the lead program is being executed across the country.
I appreciate that. And I'm not saying lead is not dangerous. And I'm not saying I would not remove it. But what I'm saying is, if I thought there was lead in my house, I would open my door voluntarily. I wouldn't have to have the ordinance changed. So, thank you for answering the question. I appreciate it.
Any further questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11B1?
I move to approve 11B1.
Thank you, Member Noonan Camp. Could I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Any further comments? Member Russell?
Thank you. I will not be supporting this because it violates an individual's personal property rights. And it doesn't matter if we already have it on the books for something else. I am not for doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Mayor Pro Tem?
Just a note for the record, I appreciate the further clarification that you gave tonight, Director Van Ryn, but it has not changed my position, so I will be concurring with my vote on first reading.
All right, anyone else? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Needham,
Aye.
Member Kolnick,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Nay.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 2 nays, the 2 nays being Councilmember Russell and Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Thank you very much, Director. All right, up next is City Attorney Tamara Niles to talk about the dissolution of the Englewood Environmental Foundation.
The day has finally come where we're asking City Council to approve the agreement with EVE that will then allow EVE to dissolve. I gave a little bit more background than I normally would because we do have a new council member. Englewood Environmental Foundation, or EVE, was formed in 1997 to allow the city to accept title to this property, knowing that there was some environmental contamination, both in the form of asbestos and soil-based contamination. So the city formed this corporation and we put all of this property in the name of EVE. And the EVE board were city employees that we made them serve in that capacity. So City Council, through this process, had directed my office to dissolve EVE because we were putting our staff members in a position that City Council felt was improper, and that the city made all decisions regarding the Civic Center and EVE. And there were a couple of steps that slowed the process down that wouldn't allow us to just dissolve it. We still had a loan on the building, which we paid off. We had a pending lawsuit, which we settled. And then we were waiting on a title report and environmental sampling. So the environmental sampling concluded that some of the parcels that surround Civic Center do have some residual contamination, but that can be managed during redevelopment through best construction practices. And then we were waiting on the title report, which we just received back. So there were some title exceptions, but none of which were concerning. And so we've are recommending that we move forward and accept title to all of EVE's properties. So the key provisions of the agreement before you is that the city accepts all of EVE's property, including real, personal, and bank accounts. The city assumes all of EVE's contracts, and there's a list of all the contracts that the city would assume attached to the agreement. But City Council is largely already aware of most, if not all, because they approved them as well. They went through city procurement. Most of them are on our city contracting forms. And then with no property or other contractual obligations, EVE can wind up and dissolve. EVE has served as the CAM manager or common area maintenance manager, and it has notified the other participants that are properties surrounding the Civic Center that they will resign as the CAM, and so a new CAM manager will need to be appointed, but that's nothing for you to consider today. But then as a property owner, we will have a voice in that decision. So next steps, once the contract is approved by City Council and the EVE Board, which the EVE Board currently is Assistant City Manager Tim Dodd, Finance Director Jackie Lowe, and Parks Director Christina Underhill. So once we all approve the agreement, then the real estate transaction will be closed by a title company, ensuring that all of EVE's real estate is transferred to the city. And again, we have already had that title opinion, so they are ready to go. Then the EVE Board has notified the other participants it will resign as the CAM manager. Then we all agree, including RTD and Walmart and us, to appoint a successor CAM manager. Then the EVE Board can dissolve. The EVE Board does have independent counsel, Mike Miller from Spencer Fane, who is going to help them with the corporate dissolution process to make sure that's all dissolved properly. Then at dissolution, EVE's remaining assets, which are its account balances, will then be conveyed to the city to ensure that we complete their contractual obligations from the contracts we are assuming. So the only thing required for the city is to approve this contract. And then we will then be able to schedule the closing and then accept title to the all the EVE parcels.
Thank you, City Attorney Niles. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just one question. You've tactfully noted in your background information that the purpose of EVE was to shield the city from environmental liability. But as I understand it, there was a secondary purpose to the formation of EVE, which was to draw debt without voter consent. Would you concur with that as a secondary purpose of EVE in its original formation?
I was not around in 1997, so I can't speak to the intent of its formation as to that purpose, but it is my understanding that EVE was able to have debt without voter consent, yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Member Russell?
Thank you. So, this, is it really pretty much budget neutral? I mean, because the bottom line is we were reimbursing EVE for everything anyway, correct?
That's correct. There are some costs attributed to this dissolution. We had the title company do a title report. I didn't want the city to take title and then come to find out somebody had a lien or something that we didn't know about. That was about $2,500. I did bring outside counsel in to insert the real estate provisions. We just wanted to make sure we didn't drop any balls. Covered all the bases. So that I anticipate is going to be about another $2,500 by the time it's said and done. So total costs just for this real estate transaction is about $5,000. Then EVE will have some costs for dissolution. They're using their outside counsel to help them with that.
Okay, thank you very much for all the work that you've done on this. This is a great day for the citizens in Englewood because now the property belongs to them. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Anything further or any further questions? If not, can I get a motion to approve 11C1?
I move to approve 11C1.
I'll take the second.
All right, thank you for the second, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you for the motion, Member Russell. Any further comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
I concur. This is a great day for Englewood. I've been on this council for about 2.5 years, and this was one of my bucket list items, and I'm pleased to check it off tonight. I'll spare a lengthy monologue on why. I think I've been clear on the record, but I appreciate finally getting this done, and I also appreciate your due diligence in ensuring that we are not harming the city by going through this process. So, thank you.
Anyone else? I also want to thank our Director of Finance, Jackie Lowe, for all her work on this, because I know that she's been coming up and speaking to this. I know this is kind of sped up over the past couple of years, so I just want to thank her and just staff's work on this. So, ready to move forward with this vote. And with that, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Newnham?
Aye.
Member Kolnick?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
I just have a tendency to forget people's names after 11 o'clock, don't I? So, moving on to 11C2, we have Director Van Rye and Deputy Director Sarah Stone here to talk about the amendment to the professional services agreement for architectural and engineering services for office space.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to present a contract amendment for work that we're doing at the Allen Treatment Plant to essentially modernize that facility as it relates to housing the people that work at the facility. And so what we're doing there is, and this is part of our overall space improvements for the utility as a whole. Right now we have 4 temporary modular trailers spread between the Allen plant and the service center. And we're working incrementally, as I've touched on in the budget presentations, to address those in 3 distinct projects that we think will work for either the short term or the long term, depending on what happens with centralization of city services, if that happens sometime in the future, pending what happens with this building. So we're trying to work with the Allen plant first, because we know that's a property that we need to get some more modernization as it relates to offices within the facility. So the original plan for this project was to put in 6 offices. These are over the filter beds on the north side of the plant site. So north is up. It's if you know where the filter gallery is, if you remember, outside that door, there's just a roof that's at the main level, and so it structurally is set up so that we could actually just fill that out and put some offices and a conference space there. And then also in the south or in the lower left, we would add some offices and workstations for our maintenance group that works there. So that's how we started this when we first started looking at this project. As we worked with the contractor and worked to evolve the scope over time, and then also worked through some of the requirements from an ADA perspective, the project has evolved to what it is today, what you see there, which we think is actually a really great project for the Allen plant. It modernizes the control room. It adds a server room. If you recall, when I first came here, our servers were 2 CPUs under a desk, and so we're now modernizing with a full server room. We're going to add a set of workstations for operators that's off the control room. The break room will return to where it used to be, which is in that lower left hand or lower right hand side of the drawing. And then we'll have the conference space so that there'll be meeting space at the Allen plant, as well as a number of offices for our treatment manager and our treatment supervisors and our maintenance supervisors. And so as we went through that process and worked with the contractor, PCL Buildings, to and the architect to evolve to this, we've come up with an amendment to the original contract that we think will ultimately get us the best product for this project. You can see the amendment there is $215,000. The original contract was $199,000 for a total of $415,000. So we kind of messed up a little bit, and how we did that was some of this work already occurred, and as we were evolving the process we were evolving the design, what we had originally intended to do with the blower process improvements was hire Carollo, which was one of our on-calls, to do that work. We got a bid from them. It was $170,000, which exceeded our on-call amount. We then talked to EDOS. EDOS reached out to Tetra Tech, which is another consultant we use, and we got a bid from them for the same work for $95,000. So we saved $75,000 by going with this route. The issue is that EDOS needed to do that amendment at that point in time, back in March and April, to get that approved, to get that changed so that we could bring it to you at that time, as opposed to when we finally received it, which was a few weeks ago, to include that work, which that design has already been completed because we're in the process of construction. So this is not how we do business. And so we've had a conversation with EDOS that we can't be doing work prior to approvals. This has been a discussion with our engineering staff, which many of them are new, and this is the first time they've worked through a CMGC process, which is a different kind of contracting method. I have announced it in an all-staff meeting that we do not do change orders of work without prior approval. I reminded my staff at South Platte Renew this morning that we do not do work without prior approval and authorization. So we don't think there was anything malicious from the project team in this. We actually got better pricing by $75,000 by doing it this way. It's just we got out of order on the approvals, and so I wanted to be transparent on that because we pride ourselves in following through on processes and having memos and having good explanations for how we procure work, and we have been procuring a lot of work in the last couple of years, and this one didn't go exactly to plan. So this is shows you that we have the budget for it. We've accounted for it in the budget. It's a good project to modernize, take a step towards modernizing the people space aspect of the Allen treatment plant, and keeping that facility operating for decades into the future. And we think this is a good investment in that facility. I will also add that we presented this to the Water and Sewer Board, and they did recommend approval.
Thank you very much, Director Van Rye. Member Anderson.
Thank you for the transparency on that. I appreciate kind of hearing the background on that, and glad you're working through those processes going forward. I did have one question, just looking at the drawing here. It looks as is the entrance to that office, those offices on the far side, do you have to go across the filter gallery to access those from inside the building?
Yeah, there's actually already a
You have
walkway
little
there.
bridge to walk over the filters?
There's actually a walkway there.
Okay.
And if the next time you're at the plant, I'll show you. There's this walkway, and then there's just this door in the wall. And you open the door, and you end up on this roof. And so
funny.
that's what
Okay.
made us think that seems like a good. It's an already existing defined access way.
That's great. I thought that was pretty entertaining, thinking of them walking over the filters to get to the offices. It's good. Appreciate it.
Member Kolnick.
So is the blower improvement design that Tetra Tech proposed on, it's complete?
Yeah. So the blowers. Let me go back here. So that building that you see in the building off to the right there.
Okay.
That's our blower system, and like many aspects of the Allen Water Treatment Plant, a number of the pieces of the blower system are past their useful life. And so this is a process improvement that we would have had to do anyways, but we're coupling it as part of this project because you can see where the pipeline runs. So that's the air pipe that runs right through where we're going to basically put the offices and the conference room in that space on top of that's the roof of the filter gallery.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
And so we have to reroute the airline, but as we're rerouting the airline, we're gonna change out the MCC and put a new MCC in. We're going to change out the blowers. We're gonna modernize that piece of process equipment as well.
Oh, okay. So the design's already done, and we're just approving like basically a change order to pay them.
Yeah, so this is where we're out
Okay.
of. This is not normal, and I'm sorry.
Yeah,
This is the
no,
first
that-
time I'm standing in front of you. And
That's fine. So the consultants have basically been floating us for.
They've been working, yeah, so they've been working it essentially at risk, assuming that we would get this approved.
Okay.
And again, I think that, we've had situations, so I can think of we had this example over at South Platte Renew where we explicitly told one of the contractors that was doing some of our entry where our north gate is, they said, do not progress with additional work unless you've gotten prior approval, and they did some stuff, and we refused to pay for it because we explicitly told them in the pre-con, don't do this.
Yeah.
And so in this instance, it's partly because we're using a CMGC model for the first time. It's partly because the engineering division at the utilities department didn't exist 2.5 years ago. It's partly because we're trying to put in a whole bunch of new processes. It was just a miss.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Well, we must be a good client. That's why they're floating us all the money.
I think they do appreciate working with us.
Member Russell.
Thank you. And I too, thank you for your transparency. And I was gonna ask this question before because the construction manager design thing that we've been doing, did it work? I mean, other than it just got kind of out of order with approval.
It does work, and we're still going to continue with this process. What should have happened in this process is when we determined that, when we brought the contractor on board, and we determined that the 6 office option that you see on the screen with the limited work, as we were working through it and evolved this is really the best project for the Allen plant, we believe. At that point in time, when we established that this made the most sense, we should have done an amendment at that point in time, which should have been in the March or April timeframe, and then we would have gotten that in place, gotten that approved, and then moved forward and gotten to where we are today, which is we have 100% design plans. But instead, that step just kept getting pushed off because they just kept moving forward with the design because we want to get into construction, which is the model is that you're designing with the contractor But we should have done that in the March, April timeframe.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? See none, can I get a motion to approve 11C2?
I move to approve 11C2.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Could I get a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Member Kolnick. Any further comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Director Van Ryn, I appreciate the clarification on the process here and I have to say the way you described it and how you talked about the steps that you went through when you discovered the problem and how we can be assured that this isn't going to rise again, leads me to believe that rather than being a usurpation of my authority on the dais, it's a simple mistake that we can make up for by voting for this tonight. So I appreciate the forwardness. It does help me make decisions, so thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Member Kolnick?
I'll just say, I think this is a good mistake to make in a sort of design build or CMCG contracting model. I think we're probably still saving money in the end by the amount of time that you saved on the design and effort and communication between you and the contractor. So I'd encourage you guys to continue to look at this delivery model in anywhere it might fit. I think it's got a lot of benefits, and it'll, even if you have mistakes like this in the future, I think the city will be better for it utilizing this kind of project delivery.
Thank you.
Anyone else? See none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp,
Aye.
Member Kolnick,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you so much, Director Van Ryn. Thank you very much, Deputy Director. Staying late. All right, everyone, we're now moving on to Mayor's Choice. I'll keep this brief. Englewood Block Party this Saturday. I will be there. It's 4 to 10, right? Are the hours? Yeah, if you're able to do so, please join us. I always love this event every year, and yeah, I plan to stay there past closing. So yeah, hope to see you all there. Anyone else for Council Member's Choice? Member Noonan-Camp?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief as well. I just wanted to share a quick update from the library and to note that we're having an art exhibit in the library this Thursday, the 24th, from 5:30 to 6:30, and a reception for the artists. So the library manager has been doing really wonderful work on having local artist exhibits within the library this year, and the artists will be present on Thursday to speak with residents about their art, and there will be refreshments. And also there is a book sale coming up in the library, which is really exciting, our first one in recent memory. And citizens can drop off their books through, I believe it's September 2nd. So, good news.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Member Russell?
Thank you. I'm just wondering, did the inspector get out to that property on Bates today, and did you find out what was going on, or can council get an update? Doesn't have to be tonight.
Yes, and for the council's benefit, there was a resident that we actually were in contact with multiple times throughout the day, but they had received the notice a month or so ago saying that our concrete work was going to start, and had been in correspondence with the homeowner this week, the contractor had, and our staff, and started the work, and we got some concerns from that homeowner about the timing. So we did dispatch an inspector, and I can put a report in a council request.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Actually, one last thing, I forgot to mention this during the public hearing, but everyone that emailed us this evening or prior to the public hearing, your email is going to make it into the public record. So there were several of us that received emails throughout this today and during the public hearing. So just wanted to make sure that you were all aware of that. City Manager's report? Well,
Is it going to make it into the public record? Is that what you said?
Yes, it's going to
Okay.
make it into the public record. And City Clerk, do you want to just, if there's anything to add there, but basically I forwarded all the emails that I had for that, so.
Thank you.
All right. City Manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. I know it's late, but I was planning on updating all of you on the impact study. And since that came up tonight, I think it's especially timely. This last spring, the city, led by Deputy City Manager Dodd, contracted with a company called Titchler Bice. And they are a vendor with a lot of experience in this area of conducting these impact fees. Since that time, the firm has visited the city twice, met with representatives from CMO, Parks and Rec, Library, Golf, Police Department, Public Works, and Utilities Department. And so now the work is really just preparing land use assumptions, determination of capital facility needs and service levels, evaluating different allocation methodologies, just to really try to narrow down what our needs are from a long-term kind of growth and development standpoint, and then match our development fees with those needs. So as a built-out city, we're a little bit more limited in our ability to assess impact fees, but we think that we are leaving money on the table, as was pointed out tonight, and we particularly expect to see some increases in the Parks and Rec, but we hope to be meeting with you all later this fall to discuss next steps in updating that development fee policy. But this was really at council's direction last year, and so we were able to start on this earlier this year. And I'll be glad to answer any questions, but that's all I've got, Mayor.
Any questions for the city manager? All right, seeing none, and that concludes city manager's report. And with that, we are now adjourned. Everyone, hopefully I'll see some of you on Saturday. If not, see you guys next week. Have a good evening.